And an 8 seed. As far as Lea is concerned, 29 years old, out of Austin, Texas. Player that has really enjoyed a nice ascension here on tour in 2023. You just see her name more and more. Seems like a round deeper, event after event.
No, absolutely. And Lea, in singles, I'm really interested to see how she's going to do here this weekend. She's got so much length. She covers so much. I mean, you look right there, her standing next to Yana Grechkina, and she comes in at 6 foot tall out of Lithuania, playing with that Electrum paddle. But again, watching her length or seeing her length, I want to see how she's going to be here in singles today.
Yana Grechkina in the far court. Here we go.
Side up.
So Yana Grechkina, 25 years old, speaks 3 different languages. Originally hails from Russia. And Yana, tremendous athlete. You'll see her cover a lot of ground. Great skill, great heart she brings to the court.
I didn't call the score yet, ma'am. No harm, no foul. I'll call the score. 0-0. Point.
Padegimaite, first one here on the board.
1-0.
And a beautiful shot for Padegimaite. And a 2-0 lead.
2-0.
And that is just out. Padegimaite came to the United States back in 2011. Full tennis scholarship to UT Austin.
3-0. Point.
Anybody's game she maybe reminds you of when you watch her play. Maybe a Lucy Kovalova perhaps, or a Callie Smith.
Point.
I'd almost, you named 2 names that are perfect kind of crossovers for Lea, and it's more, I think, a combo of both of those players, a Lucy and a Callie. That's a great forehand right there on the inside out there from Padegimaite as she extends her quick 6-0 lead here in game 1.
What a start for Lea, trying to take advantage of her time here on championship court.
Point.
And Grechkina right now can't get anything to go right.
She's caught 3 let cords and none of them have bounced her way.
7-0. Side out.
See if Yana can get it going here.
Foot fault. Left foot.
Oh no.
Side out.
Foot fault being called on Grechkina right there as she cannot get a rhythm here.
7-0.
Second foot fault we've had today, all of our matches.
Side up.
Padegimaite's last 2 serves, one went 5 feet out and one doesn't clear the net. Try to dial that back in here.
Side up.
So not the start Grechkina was looking for.
7-0. Side up.
Even though it's a 7-0 lead for Padegimaite right here early on, it still almost looks like a feeling out process for both of these ladies.
Sure.
Nice read there from Padegimaite. getting to the right spot, but nothing she can really do with that other than flip it up and over and hope Grechkina makes a mistake, but she doesn't.
1-7. Point.
Grechkina, really exciting to watch in mixed doubles, pairing with her partner and also husband, Ben Newell.
2-7. Side
That
out.
one sails long as well. 7-2 here in game one.
7-2. Side out.
Still. Grechkina's starting to construct some points a little better now. Padegimaite better not let her get into a groove here, because
3-7.
Grechkina can rattle off a few here in a row and get right back in this first game.
Grechkina starting to apply the pressure.
What a beautiful drop shot that sets this up for Grechkina as she pulls Padegimaite in, hitting a ball on the run. She puts away the backhand, and the timeout here from Padegimaite as she is feeling the pressure from Grechkina.
So the momentum is shifting, and the former University of Missouri Kansas City tennis star
Face the camera.
Yana Grechkina had a chance to spend some time with her a few months back. She said that, man, she is living a dream right now. Comes to this country, gets a chance to compete on a full tennis scholarship, and has just ridden the pickleball wave. I remember she showed up at Major League Pickleball back in November of 2021. You remember that, the very first one, and all of us were kind of like, who is this young lady? How is she gonna fare? Man, has she ever showed us all that she is a true force to be reckoned with.
She has. She's playing really well right now at the moment, coming back as she was down 7-0, now back within 3. But again, that's the thing too with Grechkina, it's the consistency. It's gotta get there. The consistency needs to be there for her to continuously get up the ladder and be in contention for those medals week in and week out. But again, both of these ladies' first matchup of the day.
I'm in. 4-7. Shot out.
Just out off that two-handed backhand.
Good setup there for Grechkina, though. Put Padegimaite in a corner, but on the volley just goes a little long.
7-4. Side out. Four, 7. Side out.
Just a little long right there from Grechkina. Ladies trade side outs.
7-4. Side out.
As we focus on the women's game here, Leigh Waters back at a Carvana PPA Tour event. First time since the Austin
4-7.
Open. It seems like an eternity.
Point.
Well, pickleball, like any other professional sport, a game of runs.
Sure.
And Grechkina answering
5-7.
Padegimaite 7-0 run with a 5+0 run of her own.
Point.
Well played by Grechkina.
Make it 6 now, and again, all that momentum Padegimaite had all but gone
6,
here now.
7.
Game of runs so far, and right now, Somebody slow down Grechkina, 7 straight.
Receiver, the
Well,
score is
Grechkina's
7-7.
starting to strike the ball a lot better than she was early on. She's cleaned it up. And again, not for nothing, it's both of the ladies' first matchup of the day. So again, that feeling out process took some time there for Grechkina, but now she's just dialed in.
All right, Dom talked about Leigh Waters. She did not compete at Red Rock. She did not compete in the double shootout at Newport Beach. So excited to have her back. Also, Catherine Parenteau, remember, she had that nice run, took down Leigh back in Daytona.
We're good.
Then those two met again in Austin, where Leigh was able to have her way. Lea Jansen, she has been a constant and singles play routinely on the podium. And also Salome Davillier making waves in women's single play as well. Hoping to get another opportunity.
Yeah, you're looking at that, and I just got an update from one of the backcourts. Lauren Stratman is up on Judith Castillo. She took game 1 11-1 and is up 9-1 in game 2. That's a shocker to me. Judith playing very well right now. But again, Lauren Stratman, when she's hot, she is dangerous. And it looks like she's playing really well right now.
7-7. Point.
Grechkina continues her run here as now she has taken her first lead of the game after being down 7-0.
7. Point.
Padegimaite just seems out of sorts right now with no answer to everything that Grechkina has to offer.
9-7. Foot forward on the serve.
Foot fault called on the serve. Rarely do you see that call.
Stops the run from Grechkina, but Padegimaite has to answer here.
Cannot play a point better than that.
Grechkina took control of the kitchen line and just had Padegimaite on strings here, and she finishes with the two-hander.
9-7. Side out.
Maybe should have let that go. Looked like it possibly was headed out.
That's tough, but good point construction from Padegimaite. She's got to get a couple more here put together.
7-9. Side out.
So another put away from Grechkina. Still a 2-point lead over here. Also keeping an eye on the grandstand court.
9-7.
Action fast and furious all over Lifetime. And Padegimaite squeezes one in to get side out once again.
A little mini fist pump there from Padegimaite. She needs to get a little bit more fired up here and kind of get back in this, get her energy going.
9. Point.
Hearing the voice of our championship court official, Michael Nelicona. Ricky Shutt also officiating this match. And now we are tied at 9. So Padegimaite
9.
into a brief funk there. Now a chance to steal this first game.
Point.
And would you ever think we would say steal the first game when she was up 7-0? But I think now a timeout here from Grechkina.
Receiver.
And again,
Scores.
it's a game of runs, Drew. 7-0 by Padegimaite, 9-0 from Grechkina, and now a little mini 3-0 run from Padegimaite, looking to make it 4 and end game 1.
So back and forth we go. Padegimaite talked about her rising star on the Carvana PPA Tour and so many different things to talk about this week here in North Carolina. Mentioned Ryan Sherry in men's singles play. He has been eliminated. And that news just coming into our booth. So Ryan Sherry will not defend his singles crown here at Lifetime.
He lost in 3, 11-3, 4-11, 11-3 to Jonathan Medina Alvarez, the 27 seed, who will now face Pablo Tejas in the second round
10,
matchup.
9. Side up.
Much better point there for Grechkina, striking the ball a lot better right there.
9, 10. Point.
So a nice rebound here from Grechkina. Able to get side out, score a point, and we're knotted at 10.
Ten. Point.
Oh, what a shot from Yana Padegimaite. Upsetted herself that time. We're within one now of a first game win for Yana Grechkina.
10.
Grechkina puts it away. So a slow start, then roaring right through the game, then surrendering the lead before finally calling timeout, settling herself, and putting it away. Game 1 to Grechkina. Padegimaite will try and answer when we return to Charlotte.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
We welcome you back to the Lifetime in Charlotte. Drew Felios with Dominic Catalano here on the Carvana PPA Tour. Day number 1 of the OS1st North Carolina Open presented by Intralinks. Every Carvana PPA Tour stop seems like it's bigger and better than the last here in 2023.
Well, like you mentioned earlier, Drew, there are 82 entrants for men's pro singles through the qualifier and into the main draw. That's absolutely
Game
insane.
2,
That's just on the men's side.
0-0.
Game 1 went to Grechkina. Here's game 2. And Padegimaite comes out, placing that one just inside the back line.
Yeah, nice point there. Good start here for Padegimaite.
0-0. Point. 1-0.
Nice ball there from Yana Grechkina. She finds the line down there on her two-handed backhand. And again, halfway through game one, she was not striking the ball very well. She fixed that, came out on top of game one.
Side up.
And it looks like one of our headsets just went down. Have to get reset here. Michael Nelicona.
Official timeout here to fix the headset on our lead referee.
Of course, all of our referees mic'd here.
Have Leigh Waters has her first matchup. She'll be on the grandstand court B, facing off against Atlanta native Danielle Bowers, who defeated Jessica Haywood 3-0. That is the only matchup completed on the women's side so far this morning.
And there is the technical side to pickleball, right? All the equipment that goes into it, the setups. The crew does such an incredible job of making sure every single venue gets ready, not just for competition, but also for the show that we bring to you week in and week out.
Takes an absolute village to put together all of this production to bring to you guys.
Time in.
Lea Padegimaite serving here, up a point.
Side up. Zero, one.
Just too good there from Grechkina as she continues to control the kitchen line and get Padegimaite on the run. That's what she did to get back in game number one and finish it. Starting off again here in game two.
Side up.
Little nonchalant on that forehand right there from Grechkina.
1-1.
Oh,
Point.
very close. Padegimaite going to say that it's just out.
2-1. Point.
That ball came off her paddle. Very funky. Goes a little long.
3-1. Point.
Talked about Captain Parenteau, champion here last year. Leigh Waters, though, back at this venue for 2023.
4-1.
Seen the pendulum swing in that rivalry in the singles game. Both will pair together in women's doubles. But should we continue to see it kind of go back and forth, or do you think Leigh now is going to kind of control that saddle for the rest of the year? Get your thoughts after this point.
Well, I think that's the difference right there. The parity in pickleball is coming in, right? Like you're not seeing, you're still seeing consistent, more and more of the same players on top, but you're seeing a lot more parity and a lot more newcomers and players working to get on top of that podium. Nice overhead there from Grechkina. Good get from Padegimaite just to get that ball back up and over and force another ball off the paddle of Yana Grechkina.
1-6.
Oh, Grechkina goes right back. Once again, she's going to have to come from behind, but it's almost like she's been more comfortable being behind in this match up to this point. Seeing some of her best stuff right now.
Well, what she's doing really well too is she's taking a lot of these balls out of the air. So she's playing a lot more volleys, not allowing Padegimaite right there. There's one, another one here, not allowing Padegimaite to set up.
3-6.
Whereas if she took that ball off the bounce.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful running two-handed volley here from
Timeout receiver.
Grechkina.
The
She
score
hits
is 4-6.
such a good angle, and Drew, you hit on it. It's like Grechkina wants to play from behind and say, okay, what kind of work can I do here to get back in this? And she was down 6-1. Now she's back within 2 at 6-4.
Yeah, she's looked very comfortable. Has not panicked whatsoever. Padegimaite's got to be wondering, what do I have to do to take a game here on championship court?
Again, Padegimaite calling that timeout, kind of slow the momentum of Grechkina. Grechkina taking like no time right now, and she comes back out on court and ready to go.
Electro paddle here on display. Paddle talk has been, of course, rampant in the game over the last several months. I think the PPA Tour doing a tremendous job taking the steps they need to do to make sure it's a fair playing field.
And they're taking those steps because of the fact that we don't want to have to be distracted by talking about paddle play. We want to be able to talk about the players on the court. And again, that's everyone's thought around pickleball, is that, hey, let's try and get past this. Let's fix this. Let's get past it. Let's get a level playing field. And let's talk about what's actually going on in the play on the court, because that's what everybody came to see, and that's what everybody wants to watch. Got Stefan Auvergne over there giving Lea Padegimaite some advice during that timeout. We'll see if that can help her out here, as her lead has shrunk to 2.
Time in. 4-0. 6-4. Point.
No help out of the timeout right there as Grechkina continues to roll and get back in this.
5-6.
Maybe the best singles point we've had the entire day thus far.
Wow, Padegimaite running down a couple of these balls, absolutely incredible. But then Grechkina able to paint that sideline right there and tie this second game up.
Point. Yes, she did. Ball's out. Yes, ma'am, I did.
Wow, talking about, I mean, this is the epitome of a game of runs here
7-6.
from game 1 and game 2.
Oh, winner from Padegimaite.
That's a beautiful shot there from Padegimaite. Cross-court forehand winner. She really needed that. Now she got to get back on the board.
6-7.
See if that shot changes the momentum.
Point.
Free point
7-7.
there off the paddle of Grechkina.
Oh,
Side out.
Beautiful ball cross court there from Grechkina, but the opportunities given by Padegimaite, because Padegimaite had a ball on her forehand that she didn't do anything with.
7-7.
She's got to do more with that forehand volley.
Side out.
now side out back to Padegimaite. You see the visor for Lea, Dreamland it reads.
7-7.
Sponsor of her game, of course, Dreamland, a great facility in Dripping Springs, just outside of Austin.
Point.
A couple mishits here have given Padegimaite some points.
8-7.
Grechkina needs to dial this in if she wants to end this here in 2.
Point.
Padegimaite will add to her lead.
Nine, 7.
And that just out, so that's going to be game point now for Lea Padegimaite. Chance to even up this match
Point.
At a game apiece.
10-7.
Big finish right there by Grechkina again. She's getting Padegimaite fully extended here, and then she comes in, doesn't allow that ball to bounce, takes it out of the air. Great volley winner from Padegimaite. Excuse me, Grechkina.
And that one got away from Yana that time.
10-7.
Up against the net. Grechkina will have another side out.
7-10.
Once again, playing from behind. She's right in her comfort zone.
8-10.
A little awkward forehand winner there, but it works.
And that's just long. And Grechkina should be a point. Padegimaite thought it was in. Yana disagrees.
Hold on. B point. He's up. Timeout. Timeout, receiver. Score is 10-9.
The naked eye, it does look like it might have been a little out. Yeah, oh yeah, that's out. Good call there from Grechkina, but we do have a timeout here from Padegimaite, and she is right back in this.
Take a look at the byline for Yana Grechkina, 25 years old, only been at this for a little over a year. Resides in Kansas City, Missouri. There's some great pickleball players in the Midwest. And that's going to be a future Carvana PPA tour stop. I think well overdue as well. Head to Cincinnati later on this year.
Again, Auvergne in the corner of Padegimaite. We'll see if she can stop this run.
So first women's match of this day one of competition. Yana Grechkina, Lea Padegimaite. Grechkina coming from behind once again.
Point.
And we are tied again.
10-10.
Open court, Padegimaite deposits it perfectly.
Nice ball down the line there from Padegimaite. Again, gets Grechkina extended, but a good read from Padegimaite where Grechkina was going to go with that ball.
10-10.
Oh.
Padegimaite now again will have game point here on her paddle.
11-10.
Another chance to tie up the match. Just can't take advantage of the opportunities.
No, and you know, the worst part here is not worst part, but if Padegimaite wins this game, she had her own match point or game point at 10-9 in game 1 and didn't convert.
Oh, barely makes it over. Kind of a bizarre point there.
Yeah, and you heard the miss hit from Grechkina as she could not get that cross-court dink from Padegimaite.
11-10.
And that is just wide. So Lea Padegimaite, 12-10, keeps her hopes of a women's singles gold title alive. 1 to Grechkina, 1 to Padegimaite. We've got more to come from Charlotte.
To the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
Charlotte, North Carolina, home of Lifetime, where they are so dedicated to pickleball. Do a tremendous job. The franchise throughout the country, so many great facilities. We've got one enhanced coming to downtown Tampa. Cannot wait for that. As Lea Padegimaite starts off game 3. Oh, just a little bit wide.
Just a little cat and mouse right there from Padegimaite and Grechkina on the tape there. Ball stayed nice and tight to the net. But Grechkina going just a little wide.
And Don, more breaking news into our booth. Jake Kusmider, the former College of Charleston tennis star, just upended Dylan Frazier, who was supposed to play Jack Sock. We had him penciled in, but I guess we got to get our erasers out.
There's a lot of erasers being had across the country right now as far as this bracket went. Nothing shaping up how anyone thought it would. Unbelievable.
Foot fall, side out.
So we're following all the action here from Charlotte.
Yes.
Action on the grandstand as well. Leigh Waters, who is back here on the Carvana PPA Tour, taking on Danielle Bowers. Remember, first tournament for Leigh since Austin, Texas. Seems like that was an eternity ago.
Call by the ref. We will now proceed with the review.
Leigh had her wisdom teeth out. Also had a chance to get some much-needed rest. So we'll keep you posted on that one here. Looks like we potentially have a foot fault. Once again, our officials talking about it here in a very pivotal game 3.
And again, these two games couldn't have gone any closer. 12-10 in both games 1 and game 2, and now off to a 1-1 start here in game number 3. In a first round matchup on the ladies' side. Lauren Stratman finishing that victory over Judith Castillo, 11-1, 11-4.
Take a look once again at Grechkina and the toe so close to the line. She was called for that earlier in this match. I think trying to figure out whether she had that infraction again. And Dom, is that just sheer not paying attention to where your toe is?
If it is, yeah. I mean, there's no reason in pickleball right now to be towing the line that close. No reason. Give yourself some space. Don't even give them the opportunity to call it, right? And so just taking, if you're off an inch or two, you're fine. Like just back off it. Don't even get that close. There's no reason to be that close at all.
So it certainly kept our officials busy. Norman Clinkscale, head referee. Wayne Anderson also. Tracking ref here is Sayan Hunter, and our video ref is CC Dellinger.
Looks like it possibly on the pivot, but we can't see contact from there, because if that's a pivot after she made contact, it's fine. Great work by our crew right there of showing that on the pivot she had already made contact, which would make it legal. But again, it's still even tough to see from that angle for sure.
Results of the video challenge, the call stands. The score will be 1-1.
So after that, still tied at 1. Padegimaite serving.
Time in. 1-1.
See if she can carry over that momentum from game 2. Both players slugging it out. Padegimaite with the final say.
Huge put away there finally from Padegimaite. She went right back at Grechkina a couple times there, but instead goes angle forehand winner.
2-1.
Padegimaite, very, very sharp. Talk about somebody who is educated. University of Texas at Austin, the highest honor she graduated with in 2015.
3-1.
Then a doctorate of physical therapy at Texas State University in 2018. And that's just out.
It's Drew, it's like every single game has started the same exact way, where Grechkina makes early errors, couple serve returns in the net, ball wide.
4-1.
Padegimaite gains a nice, big, comfortable lead.
And you could probably do that for a match or two, Dom, but you can't make a living doing that against the best.
No, not at all, because they're just going to be, they're going to, again, like McGuffin,
5-1.
smelling that blood in the water, and he puts away Patrick Quinn earlier. Same thing, but this is crazy right here of the
Timeout.
eerily similar
Switching
start to
sides.
all 3 games here in this first round matchup. And now we're going to change ends as Padegimaite has a 6-1 lead.
Yeah, get this. Grechkina went down 7-1 in game 1, 6-1 in game 2. And now here she is again, trailing significantly with the match on the line. So still very much learning and improving in this game is Jana Grechkina. Seen she's got tremendous fire as a competitor, a wide array of shots she brings to the court. She's got a husband in Ben Newell she loves training with and playing with, and his game has certainly made great strides. He was sensational in Newport Beach. But when it comes to singles, you're on that island on your own. And let's see if Jana can pull it together.
Set up. One, 6. Set up.
It's again a little too much on it.
Yeah, Grechkina just can't find a rhythm here again.
6-1.
Couldn't find a rhythm early in game 1 or 2 either, but then finally dialed it in.
Point.
Not sure though if it's going to be the
7-1.
same case here, because Padegimaite looks like she's a little more zoned in right now.
Point.
Points keep on piling on. 8-1 for Lea Padegimaite.
8-1.
Cruising right now in game 3. Let's see if that shot gets Jana going.
And that's the type of shot that got her going in game 1 and game 2. A little two-handed cross-court winner. Now we'll see if she can add on.
1-8. Set up.
It's not catching that ball clean either. Just the body language
8-1.
too of Grechkina, just very down.
Point.
If you don't think that, you know, that the mental side of this game will affect you, it will. And right now you're seeing just Grechkina's
9-1.
body language, and it's just not there right now.
Meanwhile, if you ask Padegimaite what makes her a special player, she'll tell you, I try and keep my body strong, and most importantly, my head strong, my mental toughness, and that's winning out right now.
That's a huge ball cross-court winner there for Padegimaite. Big fist pump.
Nine, 1. Referee correction. 10-1.
So a 10-1 score here in game 3. It's match point, and that is going to do it. Padegimaite rolls through in game number 3, dominating Jana Grechkina. Grechkina hoping to come from behind for a 3rd time, but it simply wasn't in the cards.
No, and exactly like you said, you can't let players, you know, we can't live and die on that coming back every game.
So much more to come from Charlotte. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Skechers Pickle footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna Lee, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. It'd be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna Lee to have something safe. Anna Lee has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. Drum roll.
I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what? Happy Sweet 16, Anna Lee.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
We welcome you back to Charlotte, North Carolina. Drew Felios, Dom Catalano, and privileged to be joined now by Lea Padegimaite, who was just victorious over Jana Grechkina. And Lea, kind of a roller coaster match. You would go on top, Jana would come from behind, but in that third game, everything seemed to come together. Evaluate your performance.
I think, I kind of let go of a pretty big lead in the first set, and then coming into the second set and the third set, the mindset was just to stay aggressive, really hit through the shots, try to put pressure and get into the net first, and just kind of play a couple more sharper angles and just hitting through the court.
I know you are so big on your off-court training, your mental toughness. It kind of seemed like, as that match got dicey, that mental toughness from you kind of won out, would you say?
I think I was just trying to really learn from the past mistakes and stay focused and stay present. I think that's the hardest thing in sports, is to, not let the last point affect you in a way. So just really trying to stay like 1 point at a time mentality.
Lea, Dominic here. It's looked like Stefan Auvern came down in your corner after you had that lead, and then Jana came back and kind of took it to you a little bit, took a short lead on you at 8-7 in game one. What did Stefan and you talk about during that timeout?
I think Stefan is a great friend of mine, and we know each other's games really well, and he just told me to stay confident, stay aggressive, and apply pressure first, and that worked out.
Your pickleball journey has been really incredible over the past year, the strides you have made. How much fun are you having?
I'm having a ton of fun. I think it's great for me. I love the adrenaline. I love competing. I have my little guy traveling with me. I'm enjoying it a lot.
That's awesome. Well, Lea, best of luck the rest of the way. We hope to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Lea Padegimaite victorious over Jana Grechkina in 3 games. Much more to come from Charlotte, North Carolina. Stay tuned. The Carvana PPA Tour rolls on.
Point game.
Max power, I'm about to go, we're doing better. If I ever lose, set it on faster than ever. If I ever lose, set it on, we're doing better. Hitting roller coaster, come bigger, bolder, faster. I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm bigger, bolder, faster. I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm bigger, bolder, faster.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
OS1st, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS1st socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS1st is the official sock brand of pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
We'll take you to Europe and take care of everything else along the way. Have the time of your life in Europe. Visit hollandamerica.com or call your travel advisor.
Lifetime in Charlotte, North Carolina, the place to be over the next 4 days as we size up the men's singles draw. Staksrud and Whitaker, the 25th seed we're about to see. Also Jack Sock and Kusmider. Sock and Kusmider will face off after Kusmider upsets Dylan Frazier. And again, Staksrud and Whitaker on deck for championship court. Davillier and Alshon, that is going to be entertaining.
Half, 5 of the top 10 seeds don't even make the quarters. How crazy is that here in Charlotte? I mean, it's nuts, but that's the crazy thing about singles. And again, with these new qualifiers coming in, they are dangerous. Not even just the qualifiers, but the new players that are just coming into this game and making a name for themselves.
So Federico Staksrud, #1 seed in men's singles. He'll take the court against Ross Whitaker. little known Ross Whitaker. We're going to get to know him pretty well here over the next hour or so. Again, this tournament headlined by the coming out party for Jack Sock here in his hometown of Charlotte. 2 successful matches. He is on to round 3. Continue to follow his progress, but Federico Staksrud alongside Ben Johns, he has been as good as it gets here in singles play.
No, Staksrud's been solid all year long, and again, just continuing to get better. 5'11" out of Argentina, and using that Hyperion Yola paddle, but playing very well again in a wide open field. But again, anything can happen, as we also saw scores coming in. Jay Devilliers taking out Martinez Vic 7-11, 11-7, 13-11 in game 3. He had a nail biter there just to move on to the quarterfinals.
So Ross Whitaker steps up to championship court. This guy's got quite a story. He's a former tennis player at Walsh University. That is in North Canton, Ohio. His father, Brian Whitaker, is actually the head coach there. So he played under his father there. Tennis family, very athletic background, and has kind of fallen in love with the game of pickleball. And here he is with perhaps once in a lifetime opportunity to take on a top seed on championship court.
Well, he's on center stage. No better place to do it than on championship court against Federico Staksrud. So will be interesting to see. Whitaker, long, lanky, going to be able to get to a lot, but it's going to be what Federico Staksrud can do shape-wise and sideline to sideline to keep the ball out of the reach of Whitaker.
Federico Staksrud excelling in singles play as he has done over the past year. You know, he really blew up last year in Atlanta. Remember that great duel with Rafa Hewitt. Kind of put his talent on center stage, and since then he has just gotten better and better. He was able to win a gold medal at the Arizona Grand Slam. Took down Ben Johns there in the process, and then silver at PPA Masters before that, at the Desert Ridge Open as well.
Yeah, so again, looking for, again, it could be another upset here. We've had so many throughout the day. We're just keep looking at the draw, Drew, and you and I go back and forth. Oh, that happened. Oh, that happened. And we're only getting into the women's side of the draw, so the women's side of the draw could fall apart too. So again, that's the best part about it. The parity in the sport is so good now.
Mentioned Ross Whitaker playing at Walsh University, Walsh Cavaliers. He is now an assistant coach there next to his father. So doing great work on campus. And you know what I always love to see, Dom? Players who leave normal 9-to-5 full-time jobs like Zane Navratil come into pickleball and have great success. Federico Staksrud worked at a software company a year ago, took the gamble, said, I'm betting on myself to excel in this new game, and it's paid off.
Oh, and just had an announcement made yesterday by Eric Lang. Eric Lang doing the same thing, taking a chance on himself, going all in on pickleball.
Staksrud comes out swinging, side out to him here. Number 1 seed and a 25 seed.
0-0. Side out.
We have learned from the past. It's one thing to upset a great player. It's another thing to follow it up and win again, as Staksrud looks to be making a point perhaps about the video board.
Time in, 0-0.
And that is in, but I mentioned, again, big upset. Can you do it again if you're Whitaker?
Well, he's going to have to right here, no doubt about it. But again, takes out Arnold, takes out Garnett. Now, again, the seeds just get higher and higher as he's going to move on. But no more higher than the 1 seed.
0-1.
ball just goes a little long on the forehand as Whitaker is shaking his head here because, yeah, that ball's a good 6 inches out.
Side out. One. Side out.
Again, we've been talking about the reach, the mobility of Jack Sock. Seen some pretty good mobility and reach of Whitaker as well. Covers lots of ground here in singles. Keeps that one alive. Not a second time.
Two, one. Side out.
So right now, again, we see it all the time, though, when we talk about it, the feeling out process early on is
1, 2.
all these players get started in game one.
Side out. Two, one.
Oh, had an entire court and simply could not put it in.
Whitaker looking up at the ceiling, and I think he may have lost it in the ceiling.
3, 1. Point.
Must have been the sun.
Tough to say that and get away with that excuse here. Indoors in Charlotte. Too good right there from Whitaker. Again, using that length to reach and take that ball out of the air. And that's the hard part here when you have someone so tall and lanky hitting passing shots. If they're reading right,
point.
Good control right there from Whitaker as he bodied up Staksrud the first one and then eventually gets him fully extended with the miss hit.
2, 4. Point. Three, 4.
See Dylan Frazier there in the background.
Side out. 4-3.
4-3 game. And another good backhand by Federico Staksrud. And there is Dylan Frazier on the right, and that's Pablo Tellez,
5-3.
who is texting on the left. He had to withdraw
Point.
just moments ago.
6-3.
Oh, Staksrud has regained control here. He's found his groove. And again, it's the early on feeling out process, and now Staksrud knows exactly what he wants to do, executing perfectly now with a 4-point lead.
Should also mention Staksrud and Tellez, men's doubles pair we cannot wait to see on Saturday. It's Whitaker and Staksrud on championship court. So, Dom, he did withdraw, Tellez did? He wouldn't.
It starts right here.
I don't think she's feeling it right now.
I will be on my phone all week. Looks like somebody needs a little Hertz TLC.
Liv, you're on vacation, but I don't think you're feeling it.
Huh?
Please, your phone. It's okay.
Hand it over.
Yeah, you're good. Go enjoy yourself. Sam.
You feeling it now? Let's go.
Everyone needs a break sometimes.
She's feeling it.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Charlotte. There you see Pablo Tellez and Dylan Frazier. Tellez, some breaking news just moments ago. Dom Catalano furiously texting next to me in the booth. Dom, what'd you find out?
Yeah, I just kind of messaged Pablo and asked if he was okay. He said, yeah, he's okay. He said he just
Time in, 7.
hurt his ankle, bothered him a little bit, and said just not going to finish out in singles. But he'll be back for doubles, so everything's fine there. But just aggravating it just a little bit and just enough to have to pull out.
Also some praise for his opponent as well in the process.
He said he's going to try and go get a brace today for that ankle and then see how it feels. So again, hopefully everything's okay. Pablo and partner here on screen, Federico Staksrud, starting to make some great runs in the PPA. Great job in hands battle one there by Whitaker again. Being able to take that ball out of the air, volley it, not allow Staksrud to get set up, causes the mishit.
3-7. Point. Four, 7.
Nice ball there from Staksrud, and I think Whitaker had a missed opportunity right there. On the first volley from Staksrud, he backed up off it and let it bounce instead of attacking that ball out of the air.
Oh, couple great gets there.
What a gift from Staksrud. Full extension right there on a great cross-court angle. But it's tough, you can't see it, but you really kind of recognize that Staksrud, when he went to hit that ball across court, he had the paddle on the edge of his hand. I mean, he had full extension, barely holding on to the paddle to get that back up and over.
Staksrud now with an 8-4 lead.
8-4. Point. 9-4. Point.
Got it. We were kind of holding our breath here, saying, did that ball drop? It was kind of blocked by the net on our view here, but a 10-4 lead here for Staksrud. Nice run and continued pressure put on by Federico Staksrud.
Jay Devilliers enjoying the moment here in Charlotte. Second indoor tournament on the Carvana PPA Tour here in 2023. Some players love it, other players prefer the outdoor game. Outdoors, you know, you got to deal with elements. Not the case here. And indoor competition, and the Yola Perseus paddle has made a huge difference in the play of Federico Staksrud, hasn't it?
Yeah, he absolutely loves it. When he made that switch, it was almost like a game changer for him. He's got much better control, pop, everything that you need in a paddle there with that Perseus paddle. As we come back from this timeout, it'll be game point for Federico Staksrud. Have Dylan Frazier and Pablo Tellez gotten off their phone? Every time we get them on camera, they're on their phone. It's the age. It's the age of these kids nowadays.
You know what they're doing, though? They're watching the stream, of course.
Of course they are.
Ross Whitaker. What a moment for him. All eyes of the pickleball world on this young man. Tennis family, again, making that conversion to pickleball. Federico Staksrud.
Too good there for Federico Staksrud, as Drew and I just shake our head going, wow, that's just, he makes it look so easy with that backhand flick down the line for the game.
Federico's got some skills, got a little bite to him. Playing aggressive here in game one. We'll be back.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
If you were the last person on Earth, if there was no one bigger, stronger, or faster, would you still push yourself? Of course you would. Because once you start, you can't stop.
Ross Whitaker, 25th seed, taking on Federico Staksrud for the right to advance to take on the winner of Jake Kusmider and Jack Sock. Sock has put on a show, 2 matches, 2 wins here on singles day.
Try it out.
So Whitaker to serve.
0-0. Point. One, 0. Try it out. 0-1. Point.
Talk about tennis players making the transition to pickleball. Collegiate tennis stars, not necessarily from the most well-known institution at powerhouse conferences. For instance, Staksrud played at University of New Orleans and then Tennessee Wesleyan. That's an NAIA school, Dom.
Try it out.
And again, it's just, you're seeing that, you know, the conversion, right? And you're not seeing a ton, but you're seeing some from the higher level. But you're going to see more and more of that. Not taking anything away from these guys, regardless of where they played. They have a lot of skill.
Yes. Willingness to learn and adjust and put themselves in the ideal pickleball environment. Whitaker unable to straighten it out.
Three, 1. Side out. 1, 3.
Oh, Whitaker able to win that exchange.
I think it started with him not pulling the trigger on the two-hander he comes running in for. the first one right there. He puts some shape on it, and he creates his opportunity there. It was a good decision right there from Whitaker.
Staksrud with another winner. Oh, what a shot.
And starting to feel it now. Again, we talked early that it was a feeling out process, and now all of a sudden Staksrud kind of rolling here.
Starting to smell some blood in the water.
Again, and taking that ball out of the air, putting pressure on Whitaker, and then creating his own opportunities.
Side out.
Been watching Dylan Frazier sitting courtside. Frazier and Staksrud had an epic battle in Daytona.
2-6.
Frazier was able to advance past him before falling to Collin Shick.
Side out.
And Shick was upended this morning by Hayden Patriquin. It's just incredible when you look at this one beats this one, but then this one beat that one. It's just the parity becoming more and more apparent in this game.
Side out.
No, you're exactly right, and that's why, like, you're talking about seeing like the bracket, quote unquote, blow up here on the men's side, where 5 of the 10 top 10 seeds don't qualify. Oh, and Staksrud getting the nice roll off the tape right there on the return. But again, not moving on to the quarterfinals. You have half of the top 10 seeds. It's just such a good play right there from Staksrud, dropping that ball in, knowing that that's really the only shot he's got from that position, and then forcing Whitaker into a mistake.
So 7-2 timeout on the court. Federico Staksrud looks like all but a formality, him advancing once again.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Federico Staksrud, is he a future opponent for Jack Sock? See how that plays out as the brackets continue to work their way through here on Singles Day.
Just so good right there again. Staksrud just playing, slowing his game down, dropping that ball in, causing a lot of headaches right now for Whitaker.
2-8.
Just what a cat and mouse game by both of these gentlemen here. But Staksrud just seemed to have the upper hand the whole time throughout that.
Hey, 2. Side out.
And that ball is good. One more side out here for Whitaker. Just unable to put points together here in game 2. Trailing by 6 against the top seed.
Point.
Finally gets a mistake out of Staksrud here, but he's got to get a couple here and get back in this.
Oh, yes.
Side out.
Great hands battle up there at the kitchen line, but again, Staksrud finding an open area. Not minding going toe-to-toe with Whitaker, but decides to end it.
Point.
Nice reach there from Staksrud. A ball possibly could have went wide, but Staksrud taking no chances here.
Once again, if you're wondering, how did Ross Whitaker get here? He upset Dylan Frazier, one of the best pure players in the game. So no accident that he is here, but obviously do it once, it's one thing. Do it again against another top pickleball star. Much easier said than done.
Well, Staksrud just really on cruise control right now. He found his rhythm. He had a slow start. It was kind of even early in game 1, but it's hard to call Federico Staksrud a veteran of the game when he's only been playing about a year and a half or so. But again, he is playing at that kind of level, veteran status, knowing what he needs to do to push on to that semifinal match.
Take a look at the draw. Staksrud and Whitaker right now battling it out. Staksrud looks like he is on the verge of advancing. Sock and Kusmider, they will play in just a few minutes. Davillier and Alshon. That one should be an absolute Donnybrook. McGuffin and Medina Alvarez, who got by Tellez. Tellez had to pull out with a sore ankle.
Yeah, and we have that match coming up next, the Sock Kusmider matchup here on Championship Court. So that'll be a fun one to call again. We've had both of Jack Sock's matches so far today. It's fun to watch him. It really is. I don't mind it at all. Get him back out here. Let's see what he can prove, and he is proving that it belongs out here so far in the quarterfinals.
Point, game, match, 11-3.
So that's going to do it. 11-4, 11-3. Staksrud over Whitaker. Federico advances, and he awaits the winner of Kusmider and Jack Sock.
More like a business trip right there for Staksrud. Moving on, 11-4, 11-3.
Mentioned Whitaker upsetting Dylan Frazier. That not the case. We'll make that correction as Whitaker upset Julian Arnold and Connor Garnett to get here.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
AlloMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
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 AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
If you were the last person on Earth, if there was no one bigger, stronger, or faster, would you still push yourself? Of course you would. Because once you start, you can't stop.
We're back here at the OS1st North Carolina Open, presented by Intralinks. Drew Felios, Tom Catalano, and we're joined by Federico Staksrud, who was just victorious over Ross Whitaker. And Federico, I have to ask you, is it scarier to play someone like Connor Garnett or Julian Arnold, or a guy that just kind of comes out of the woodwork that you probably have never seen or never scouted before?
No, I mean, every player is scary at this point. You need to have the correct game plan the whole time and be ready, because every player right here, they're all good, so it's tough.
So now potentially you could have a meeting here with Jack Sock, although he's going to have his hands full with Jake Kusmider. If you are to take on Jack Sock, what kind of opportunity is that in front of the Charlotte crowd here?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great opportunity. I texted him like 2 days ago. I was like, see you in the finals. I guess we're gonna have to see each other in the semis. I mean, Jake is a good player though, so it's gonna be tough for him. But yeah, it'll be a good matchup for sure.
Dom here. Hey, with everything going on in pickleball, with so much parity and all these new guys coming in and making, you know, kind of noise in these tournaments, how does it help or hinder you coming into a tournament with preparation of guys that you may have never seen before?
Yeah, it's getting tough. That's what I was saying. I was telling Pablo this morning. I was like, it's just like, you look at the draw, I'm the 1 seed, and I get to play against the 32nd seed, and I'm playing William Sobek, who just made the semifinals of US Open. So it's like, there's no easy matches. So it's just, you gotta be 100%. If you're not 100%, you're not gonna be able to succeed. So that's what I'm trying to do. Take one game at a time, be really prepared, and try to make it to Championship Sunday and get it from there.
And you coming in too, Fed, as the 1 seed, but looking back at your journey here, you've only been playing, you know, a year and a half, and you're a 1 seed. What would you say to these new guys coming in as any advice to them coming into tournaments like this and making a name for themselves?
No, I mean, you gotta take it really serious. This is not a hobby, as a lot of people say. This is a real sport. You gotta practice. You have to be prepared. I mean, Jack right here, I mean, yeah, this is his first tournament, but he's been practiced. It's not like he just showed up and he's just playing whatever, you know. So it's just, you gotta be ready, stuff, and I'm just my advice will be like, yeah, take it serious, take it as a real sport, and practice as much as you can.
Federico Staksrud, thanks for stopping by.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, sir. He is ready to put on that headset, maybe full time.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
I don't think she's feeling it right now.
I will be on my phone all week. Looks like somebody needs a little Hertz TLC.
Liv, you're on vacation, but I don't think you're feeling it.
Huh?
Please, your phone. It's okay.
Hand it over.
Yeah, you're good. Go enjoy yourself. Sam.
You feeling it now? Let's go.
Everyone needs a break sometimes.
She's feeling it.
Let's go.
All right, so here we go. Jack Sock on championship court for the third time in our coverage here on this day one. Jake Kusmider step up to the plate. Kusmider, former College of Charleston tennis star, again playing here in the Southeast. Another big opportunity for him.
We're going to start to call it Jack Sock court here as he is taking it over here, but not only taking it over, but winning. And winning pretty handily. But again, as he progresses, the competition is going to get tougher and tougher. And right now he's got Kusmider and cannot look past Kusmider to Staksrud. He's got to get through this one first. And again, we get the opportunity to watch this matchup here on championship court. Some of you guys may not have seen much of Jake Kusmider. Kusmider, the left-hander out of South Carolina. Very good player, very active player. He'll be talking on court a lot. Most of it will be to himself, trying to get himself motivated here. And no bigger stage than playing against here Jack Sock in the quarterfinals at the Charlotte PPA event.
Never been to this facility. It is absolutely magnificent. Tailor-made for pickleball. As soon as you walk in, the buzz just hits you right in the face. Storylines we're following throughout the day. Of course, Jack Sock, big part of this event here in Charlotte. Tremendous partners he's going to have over the next 2 days. Leigh Waters tomorrow. Then Tyson McGuffin coming up on Saturday. Triple repeat for Catherine Parenteau. Can she get it done? She was a Triple Crown winner here in 2022. Ryan Sherry, meanwhile, 2.0, does not last long here in North Carolina. He has been eliminated.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Ryan as he lost his first round matchup. But next up here, Jack Sock taking on Jake Kusmider.
It's coming up right after this. Stay tuned.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
It starts right here.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Not yet, buddy.
Our women's draw here on singles day looks like this. Leigh Waters gets by the 16 seed Bowers. We just saw Padegimaite take down Grechkina in 3 games. So those two meet and Waters advances onto the semis. Look at the rest of the bracket. Lauren Stratman advancing there, and then Sock and Kusmider on deck. Staksrud and Whitaker. Federico is into the semifinals. Davillier and Alshon should be an absolute Donnybrook. McGuffin and Medina Alvarez after Tejas withdraws.
That'll be a good one, that McGuffin Medina Alvarez. Medina Alvarez with one of the biggest one-handed backhands I've seen in the game from the left side too, so it can be a little tricky.
Keep in mind, over 900 players are participating in this event. It is certainly an epic one. Second PPA event in Charlotte. We've got much more to come right after this. Sock and Kusmider warming up. Back here at the OS1st North Carolina Open presented by Intralinks. Drew Felios, Dom Catalano, and our phenomenal Tennis Channel crew bringing you the coverage. A little bit later, Cameron Irwin and Dave Fleming join us to take us through the rest of the day. Jack Sock headlining day number 1. He's going to headline day 2 and day 3 as well. But so far, he is obviously impressed with his singles play. Dom, what has impressed you most about his 2 winning matches?
Well, he dialed it in the first match he played. He was kind of not off, but he just had to kind of gauge what he was doing. He was going long and wide on a lot of balls, but he dialed that in, figured it out, and took out Anton Goods 8-4. And then against Naveen Beasley, he was dialed in from the get-go. Again, just timing everything up nicely, creating a lot of angles, and he had Beasley on the ropes pretty much that whole match, winning 2-2. And again, Kusmider coming in here. Kusmider's been around a while. He knows the game. He's been playing pickleball for a long time. Young kid, calling him a veteran, but I've been seeing Jake play for at least 3 years now. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. And two, let's throw in that Kusmider is left-handed, so a whole different game plan here for Jack Sock, as you see.
When you ask Jack Sock about his pickleball future, a little bit vague, doesn't want to commit to really making any future plans, but you kind of see indications we could be seeing him more and more, especially in 2024, as his tennis career sort of fades off just a little bit.
But he talked about it, wanting to do both. He said that in the interview when we talked to him, that he wants to do both. He's like, why can't I? And unless he's got a contract with someone for tennis that doesn't allow him to, which I don't think he does because he's out here playing, that he can do what he wants. And if he finds a little more time to do both, it'd be great, and it's only good for the sport of pickleball to have someone like Jack Sock as an ambassador coming from the tennis side of things.
Four-time Grand Slam doubles champion Jack Sock won 2 Olympic medals as well here on the Carvana PPA Tour. Jake Kusmider on the other side. Here we go.
That's a good start there for Kusmider, and again, not trying to do too much right there, and that's going to be the key there, is Kusmider trying to drop some balls in. Goods had some success doing that in the first match against Sock.
Oh. Oh, wow. Are you serious?
So if you think that Kusmider didn't come with a cheering section, you'd be sadly mistaken. He is 2-0. From the Carolinas. We are in Charlotte. And couldn't have started any better here for Kusmider, up 3-0 on Jack Sock. 3-0. Good point construction and control from Kusmider, not trying to do too much right there. Sock had 2 good drops and just keeping him back. 4-0.
Kusmider could not have asked for a better start. He's getting to every single ball right now.
He is. He's getting everything back up and over, and he's putting pressure on Sock right now. 5-0.
And you watch every point, and that upset over Dylan Frazier starts to make a little bit more sense, doesn't it?
No, absolutely. Kusmider very athletic, and like you said, Drew, getting to every ball.
0-5.
That's nice. Little change of pace too from Sock. He doesn't try and rip this ball too hard. Creates a little inside-out shape. That ball nice and low.
1-5.
Sock on the board.
Side out.
Kusmider misfires right there. Jake, his entire childhood was dedicated to tennis. He was homeschooled growing up. He and his siblings practice for hours every single day. New love here is pickleball after starring for the College of Charleston.
2-5.
Jack Sock trying to slow things down here, trailing 2-5.
That's a nice ball right there from Sock, as He runs around that forehand again, but Kusmider leaning as if he's going to go inside out. Sock pulls it right down that line.
Point.
And now here comes the Sock pressure.
4-5.
Set up beautifully as you watch Jack Sock go right at the body of Kusmider on this first one. Again, the issue right now is that Sock is allowing Kusmider to extend, both on the backhand and the forehand, bodies him up, creates a short ball, hits the forehand put away.
Oh, a little love that time from the tape. Knotted at 5.
5-5.
Sock able to handle that overhead. And that one sent just long. Some of the gets in this game, I'm telling you.
Just both Kusmider and Sock making it look easy.
Side up.
Kusmider looks a little winded right now, and Sock's just over there going, all right, let's go.
Point.
Can't have those right there, though, when Kusmider playing so well.
Six, 5.
6-5 score.
Point.
And now make it 7-5.
Yeah, 2 unforced errors back-to-back from Jack Sock, and Kusmider back out to a 2-point lead.
Sock hits it long. Kusmider wins over Zane Navertil and Dylan Frazier, trying to take down Jack Sock as well. This young man has been impressive here thus far, and Sock even needs a breather.
Yeah, so Sock burns his first time out. We've seen him take, and again, trying to cool off Kusmider here as he has a 3-point lead heading towards the end of game number 1. But again, just a good job by Kusmider. Even after Sock comes back, he kind of handles that pressure, comes back, regains a 3-point lead here. So great job by the youngster Kusmider to take his lead back, and now he's in control towards the end of game number 1.
So upsets galore here on singles day.
1 timeout, 2 timeout.
Charlotte. Drew Felios with Dom Catalano here. The OS1st North Carolina Open presented by Intralinks.
8-5. Side out.
Good job out of the timeout on the side out for Sock.
5-8. Point.
And now this is where Kusmider has got to keep
6,
his cool.
8.
As Sock starts to make a run here.
There's just a little more digging in from Jack Sock since this timeout.
Receiver, 7-8.
On all 3 of those forehands, he got a little lower, he used a little more leg, and he really ripped through those balls. This is kind of scary to see him jump in like this and all of a sudden dig in, as you see Ryan Sherry watching closely, getting some content for social media, I'm sure.
Yeah, he is the defending champion here. Not going to get a chance to defend that title, as he fell a little bit earlier today. But Ryan Sherry, always good for a show. Jay Kusmider getting a little coaching, and you can see how much this match means to him. Jack Sock, clearly the headline. He's the story here in Charlotte, but Kusmider could quickly become the story if he is to win this match right here, right now.
No, absolutely, and he sensed Sock coming back right there and kind of digging in a little more, and so he burns that timeout. It'll be Jack Sock to serve, down by 1 at 7-8 here in game number 1.
So many upsets. Thinking of what the biggest upset is, I think Ross Whitaker going through Julian Arnold and Connor Garnett. Incredible he was able to do that before running into Federico Staksrud. Here we go.
It's just different. There's just a little different. There's more of a urgency right now from Jack Sock on every one of these balls since his timeout.
8-8. Side up.
Nice run by Sock to tie it back up here at 8.
8-8.
Oh, little extra love that time. Sorry, not sorry there from Jack Sock.
8-8.
Deadlocked at 8. Oh, this is fun, isn't it? It goes just wide.
Just missing that right there. And Sock had what he wanted to try and drop that in cross court, but just goes a little too hard. A VIP row with Staksrud, DJ Young, Dylan Frazier, and Pablo Tellez right there.
Sock places it perfectly, and Kusmider, you can see a little bit more of a struggle to get to some of these balls that he was getting to early in the match.
Yeah, absolutely. But Sock's moving him, you know, left and right, keeping him active, trying to wear him down a little bit.
8-8.
Tried to go into attack mode, and a little too much on that one.
I like the move right there from Sock, and he comes in and he almost mimics a two-hander, is what I think he wanted to do when he came in there. It was a good attack because it was a good drop. Had the opportunity, but just overhits it.
8-8.
And now he'll concede the lead, 9-8 in favor of Kusmider.
He's missed 3 volleys in that same exact spot right there. The same exact spot.
9-8.
Oh, too good right there from Jack Sock. And again, finding the line, going flat with that forehand, and that is to the forehand side of Kusmider too. Perfect placement from Jack Sock.
Crowd enjoying it here in Charlotte.
8-9.
There's not an open seat right now in this venue. Sock again hammering that forehand, and we're tied once again at 9.
And you see him continuing to run around that forehand.
9-9. Side up.
Kind of stood up a little too tall on that forehand.
9-9. Side up.
Any concern of Sock wearing down here the stamina it's going to take over the next 3 days, singles, and then 2 doubles events?
No, not at all. I think Sock's he's in phenomenal shape.
Sure.
Timeout,
See
receiver,
Kusmider
10-9.
toss his paddle right there and call timeout as Sock has a game point on his paddle.
10-9, Sock and Kusmider. Jay Kusmider trying to keep the dream alive. Jack Sock closing in, though, on moving on and setting up a date with Federico Staksrud later on today. We're keeping track of matches, of course, all over the complex. Leigh Waters moving on. victorious, taking down Lena Padegimaite. Great to have Anna Leigh back. She had her wisdom teeth out recently. Have not seen her at a Carvana PPA Tour event since Austin, Texas. Seems like an eternity. She is the best female player in the game, and just 16 years old.
No, she's definitely hands down one of the best players in the sport, men's and women's side, as you get the Kusmider paddle toss for the timeout. That's the universal sound of a timeout, is the paddle dropping on the court.
Do you throw your paddle like that, Dom, when things don't go your way?
No, because it annoys me if I get a scratch on my handle and then like it bothers me and rubs my hand. So every time I take a timeout, I place it down.
Ah, I see.
Time in.
And I don't want to touch it.
10-9.
Wonder if Dave Fleming does that.
You see the light? You see the light?
Ball looked like it was out. Sock called it out. I think we may possibly have a replay.
So Kusmider could challenge here. Let's see.
Yes.
Tough from that angle. See if we get a challenge. I do not think we are, and I think it is an 11-9 Jack Sock victory in game one.
So there you have it, 11-9, game one. Jake Kusmider not happy at the moment. See if he can change things next.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
LMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna Leigh, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. Be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna Leigh to have something safe. Anna Leigh has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. Drum roll. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Anna Leigh.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
The Lifetime in Charlotte, North Carolina, place to be. Here throughout the week on the Carvana PPA Tour, the OS1st North Carolina Open, presented by Intralinks. Jake Kusmider talked about him trying to stay even keel in this environment. Biggest pickleball moment of his life against Jack Sock.
Yeah, looking to move on to a semifinal here where Federico Staksrud awaits your 1 seed, who cruised in the quarterfinal against Ross Whitaker 4-3. But a tight one here in game one as Jack Sock prevails 11-9.
0-0.
Headed into game two.
Side out.
If you're just joining us too, Kusmider started out with a flurry, 4 straight points, flexing to the crowd, everything going his way. Jack Sock was able to eventually halt that momentum.
1-0.
And there's Kusmider going up on top now, 2-0.
So far, very similar to game one.
2-0. Side out.
Nice Nice little inside out again from Jack Sock.
0-2.
Oh, no! He did not.
Not only does he get to this ball, but he hooks it back cross court for an absolute clean winner.
1-2.
Great ball from Jack Sock.
Side out.
Just long. Trying to follow up a spectacular point.
2-1.
Long way to run. Can't get to the second one, and that's great placement and maturity shown by Kusmider.
Yeah, great ball from Kusmider, getting Sock, who was all the way behind the baseline, up to get that ball out of the kitchen.
3-1.
Oh!
Side out.
There is not a ball that this young man cannot track down. His effort is absolutely incredible.
Head first into the video board on the sideline here.
And I think if that board is not there, Dominic, he probably is able to run that down. Kind of knew that he was running into it.
Yeah, he ran out of room quickly.
Sure.
Oh, and Sock's there, but just can't convert on the second overhead from Kusmider.
3-1.
So Kusmider makes a call, and now tries to get some reassurance.
1-3.
Side out to Jackson.
Ball was in. It slid off that line. And then Sock goes wide with the serve.
Point.
And now Kusmider wants to
Referee,
challenge, so
timeout.
clearly a little frustration on both sides.
So the call from Kusmider was out.
Video review.
He asked the referee. Referee said it was in. So now Kusmider is going to challenge.
And you heard Jack Sock second that, said ball was in. From that angle, that looks just a little wide. What do you think?
Yeah, from that angle it looks wide. From the naked eye live, it looked like it was wide.
Having a little word with Jay Devilliers. Meanwhile, Jack Sock getting hydrated. So Jack Sock getting hydrated. Got to mention the brand new hydration partner of the PPA, Roar Organic. That deal just coming into place yesterday. Congratulations to Roar Organic.
You see Jocelyn Davillier sitting courtside with Jake Kusmider. They're having a nice little conversation with, not sure who they're talking to at the moment. But if the call stands that the referee, they're talking to, it's all three, Jack Sock, Kusmider, and Davillier. Again, Kusmider called it out, but the referee overturned it and called it in. So Kusmider challenging the in call.
Our officials here, Alan Roman, Pamela Berry. Tracking ref is Luke Doctor. And on video is Kathy Hudson. So we await the call.
Looks like the call is in.
Upon video review, the referee's in call stands. The challenge was lost. A timeout is lost. We'll resume play at 2-3. One timeout remaining. 2 timeouts.
The ball called in It's a point for Jack Sock.
Time in. 2, 3.
Wow, what hands from Sock just to force Kusmider into another ball here, and because of that spin on it, Kusmider goes a little long. Too good, inside out from Sock again. We've seen it numerous times today. Loves running around that forehand, goes inside out, or can whip it right down that line.
4-3.
4-3 lead. Beautifully played by Kusmider.
Great Ernie and read there from Kusmider as he had Sock pinched back behind the baseline. Sock tries to go backhand drop flat down the line. Kusmider jumps it for the Ernie.
Oh, and the passing shot. That has not been done to Jack Sock today, him being passed at the kitchen.
Take a look again at that Ernie from Kusmider. Clean as can be.
4.
Tell you what, this kid is a player. This is no accident that he is here in this position.
5-4. Side out. 4-5.
Again, another big forehand there from Sock as he's using that to his advantage. Even on the forehand side of Kusmider, he's causing issues.
5-5. Side out.
Good return there from Kusmider, getting Sock on full sprint to try and get that. Tries to pull it back across his body as
5-5.
Unbelievable gets from Kusmider. I mean, just showing his athletic ability and able to get to these balls, but not only get to them, but control the point and get back in it. Not give Sock anything he could really do too much with.
5-5. Side out.
Another mishit from Sock. Both players stuck on 5 here.
5-5.
Sock trying to lean it back in. Can't do it, and Kusmider takes his lead back.
6-5.
Little paddle clap there from Sock as Kusmider had him leaning to his forehand side, and he just rips that down the line.
7-5.
Jay Kusmider, 2-point lead here in game 2. How about that rally?
What a good job by Sock as he continued to go to the backhand of Kusmider. Now, Kusmider does have a good two-handed backhand, but when he's got him on the run, all he can really do is the one-hander. He continued to pepper that backhand and then get the inside-out forehand for the winner.
Side out now for the 20th seed, Jack Sock.
5-7.
And again, Kusmider just nonchalantly making it look like another day at the office.
Yeah, great forehand volley there from Kusmider.
And right now he has got the edge. Dom pulling away here in game 2.
We're here in game 1, and that was the point where Sock called a timeout. No timeout here from Sock.
8-5.
Kusmider out to a 3-point advantage.
Kusmider with a winner. He is closing in on evening this matchup at a game apiece.
Timeout receiver, 9-5.
Jack Sock calls a timeout, wants to try and halt this momentum. So Jake Kusmider battling back, conceding game 1, on the verge of a game 2 victory. The plot thickens here in Charlotte.
The OS1st North Carolina Open is brought to you by OS1st. Skechers. Guaranteed Rate. Select Medical. Pickleball Central. Hertz. Bitvine Wine. And SS&C Intralinks.
Great to have you with us here on the Carvana PPA Tour, the OS1st North Carolina Open, presented by Intralinks. Drew Felios with Dom Catalano.
One timeout.
Jack Sock and Jake Kusmider battling on championship court. Kusmider, quite the story today. That's saying something, given all the hype that Jack Sock has come in with. But when you beat Dylan Franklin, you beat Zane Navratil, Dylan Frazier, rather, Zane Navratil. No mistake that he is here.
So picking up a tendency here, watch for Kusmider. Kusmider's going to serve this ball right down the line. Watch this, he's going to go right at the body. Right down the line, the middle.
Point game.
And he did that the whole first and second game, and that was the side he really particularly did well on. But now, again, taking game 2, 11-5 handily is Jake Kusmider.
So the 12th seed, Jake Kusmider, former College of Charleston tennis star, now has evened this up. He's got some confidence as well. A deciding game 3 is next. Don't go anywhere.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
I don't think she's feeling it right now.
I'll be on my phone all week. Looks like somebody needs a little Hertz TLC.
Liv, you're on vacation, but I don't think you're feeling it.
Yeah. Huh?
Please, your phone. It's okay.
Hand it over.
Yeah, you're good. Go enjoy yourself. Sam.
You feeling it now? Let's go.
Everyone needs a break sometimes.
She's feeling it.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Charlotte. So Jack Sock concedes his first game today. Can he bounce back here in game 3, taking on Jake Kusmider on the other side?
Well, Kusmider has found some strategies, some patterns to his game right now that he's liking. And there's one of them going right down the middle, not allowing Sock to really do much with that return. So when they're on the even side, two unforced errors early from Sock. Great start here for Kusmider.
2-0.
He changes his pattern up. And when he changes his pattern up, he goes long right there. Not sure why he wanted to do that.
Zero, 2.
And Sock overhits that one. Jay Kusmider spent a lot of time in Idaho training with the great Tyson McGuffin. Right now he's got Sock thinking about a lot of things on the court.
Side out.
That's two good volleys from Sock on two great balls from Kusmider.
0-2.
Really impressed with the drops from Sock on the backhand side, but again, Kusmider just continuing to put pressure on after that drop, not allowing Sock to get to his forehand.
Oh. Or excuse me, point.
Nothing Sock can do there. Kusmider getting love off the tape, and that ball just dropping in.
3-0.
That long as well, so Kusmider out to the 4-0 lead.
Same way in game one, he had a 4-1 lead. Sock came back, see if Kusmider can finish here in game 3.
Point.
We'll change ends here at 6 in game 3. But Kusmider rolling here in the third game.
5-0.
5 spot on the board.
Side up.
And finally that momentum comes to a halt. You see Jake Kusmider very dedicated to the weight room, exceptionally strong. Discovered the game of pickleball while he was pumping those weights one day, saw them setting up pickleball nets, said, you know what, I may give that a try. And all of a sudden you see a lot of the shots that were successful for Sock the first 2 matches, just not there right now.
Yeah, just a little wide. He was wide on a backhand in the
5-0.
Backhand side and wide now on the forehand side. And he, that being Kusmider, has Sock on the run and on the move, and a great start to game 3 for Kusmider.
So once again, the unpredictable continues to play out here on the Carvana PPA Tour. You may look at this match on paper and think, well, just pencil Jack Sock into a date with Federico Staksrud. This young man right here, Jake Kusmider, did not get here by accident. He is a player.
No, he's no walkover here as Kusmider comes in as a 12 seed. He's not a very high seed, but he's a kind of middle of the road, middle of the pack seed. But Kusmider has big wins. He's been here before. He knows the game. This isn't any surprise to him, anyone in his camp. And again, he's playing very well right now. He's got good patterns that he's developed over this game or over this match, and he's executing. And that gives him that 6-0 lead here in game number 3. He's in complete control.
Jack Sock will turn his attention to mixed doubles tomorrow with Leigh Waters. And then men's doubles with Tyson McGuffin coming up on Saturday. Right now, he is in some trouble. Got to come from behind to advance.
Got a tall hill to climb here. Down 6-0 in game 3 is full Jake Kusmider.
And how about that shot right there? Could not have been struck better. A fist pump to go with it.
7-0.
Oh, once again, tough luck for Sock.
When it's rolling right now, it is rolling for Jake Kusmider as he gets the love off the tape. That ball just drops in.
8-0.
And wide that time.
Sock just trying to do a little too much on that one.
9-0.
And now Jack Sock in danger of being pickled here in game 3. It is match point.
10-0.
A little wide, and Sock gets that side out, but Kusmider in complete control here in game 3.
0-10. Point.
And finally, Jack Sock on the board.
Well, it starts with 1, but he's got to score them in bunches here, as every side out will be a match point.
Point.
Couple good forehands there from Sock.
2-10.
Oh, tremendous by Kusmider.
Kusmider continues to get the roll off the tape in his favor. And a great angle there.
10-2.
He's had all the angles here in game 3. Another match point.
Side out.
Great hands there from Sock. There were 2 balls he was full extension on just to stay in that point.
2-10.
Unforced error from Kusmider.
Sock able to stay alive, but for how long? Oh, once again, Kusmider able to take advantage. That came off the net, but right up onto his paddle.
Again, the tape not in favor of Jack Sock right now.
10-2. Side out.
Sock continuing to fight off match points here as he's fought off 3 so far.
Two, 10.
Nice ball there from Jack Sock, and trying to get himself fired up here and back in this. Down by 7, but look at this. Cross-court forehand winner there from Sock.
3-10. Point.
I need a timeout here from Kusmider if I'm him.
Timeout receiver,
and
4-10.
he is. He's going to drop that timeout here as he senses Sock has a little bit of momentum here. He scored 4 straight. He doesn't want to give up any more and give Sock any more momentum than he already has.
So 4 straight points, trying to fight off match point after match point. Jack Sock on the ropes, but still some hope here in Charlotte.
If you were the last person on Earth, if there was no one bigger, stronger, or faster, would you still push yourself? Of course you would. Because once you start, you can't stop.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
What's it like to take on the most hyped player in a pickleball tournament? Jake Kusmider knows what it's like. He's held up to the pressure so far, but a different type of pressure right here, right now.
He played great in game one, lost by 2. He was in that whole game. Won game 2 handily, 11-5, and was up 10-0 in this game.
Side out.
Oh, can't have that right there from Sock as he hits his serve into the net.
10-4.
Could that prove to be a fatal mistake? We're going to find out. Oh, finally a little net love coming back to Jack Sock. Eventually, pickleball gods even that out, don't they?
Eventually, and he needs at least 2 more of those to be even with Kusmider.
4-10.
There's one, so he's got 1 more. He needed them now, and he's getting them. And he's cut the Kusmider lead in half.
5-10.
Seeing the competitive drive, the fight right now from Jack Sock. So it's 10-6 after that one goes wide. And look out.
1 more if I'm Kusmider, and I burn my second.
6-10.
So Sock starting to tee off. Kusmider feeling that pressure. It's getting heavier by the second.
7-10.
That one's wide.
Just a little too hard right there, and Sock got kind of handcuffed right there, whether taking that ball out of the air or dropping it in.
10-7.
Deep breath from Jake. Another match point. Oh, there it is. Jake Kusmider screams to the sky as he takes down the great Jack Sock here at the OS1st North Carolina Open. What a match.
Great match there. Good comeback from Sock, but just too much. Jake Kusmider, as he is moving on to the semifinals. Congratulations to Kusmider. He played incredible throughout this whole match.
Jack Sock, I think you still call it a successful singles debut here on the Carvana PPA Tour. And Jake Kusmider, we'll be hearing lots more from him coming up next.
I found my way. Cause I found my way. Cause I found my way, my way, my way, my way, my way.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Carvana PPA Tour. Cameron Blackwood is standing by with the winner, Jake Kusmider. Cameron, take it away.
Jake, you just told me you were so tight. You grew up watching Jack Sock playing tennis. How special was it for you here playing pickleball?
I mean, it was pretty crazy. I never really thought I'd be playing against him in any sport, maybe even like spike ball or anything, but ended up having a good battle out here, and yeah, congrats to him. I mean, he's an insane player, so I'm scared to play him next time. Not looking forward to that one, but yeah, just it was a lot of fun out there, and happy with the win.
And you've taken down Zane Navratil, Dylan Frazier, now Jack Sock. What's been working well for you today?
I'm just hanging out, just chilling, you know, trying to make forehands, trying to slide around, and yeah, just grinding. That's pretty much my game, and it's working so far, so let's see what happens the next round.
And it was a close game, that first one, just losing 9-11. But what adjustments did you make in the second game to finish out and take the win?
So I was noticing that he, kind of like myself, loves the forehand, and so when I started returning more to his forehand, it didn't give him as much of an angle, so I started hitting my backhand slice return to his forehand corner, and he was kind of late stepping over there because he's trying to cover his backhand. So that was an adjustment that I made, and yeah, it ended up working out, and I was able to somehow come back and win it.
And do you find it easier or harder to play the more traditional pickleball players with the cat and mouse up at the kitchen, or the tennis players with the big drives?
Tennis players all day. I can't stand. I told Dylan Frazier earlier, I was like, I don't like playing you, man. I don't like playing you, and because he's just, I mean, the traditional pickleball players, it's just so difficult to know what they're doing, and me as a tennis player growing up, I kind of relate more to that style of gameplay.
And we saw you with your hands on your hips a little bit. I know it's been taking a lot out of you all day already, but what are you going to do in order to prepare for Federico Staksrud?
I mean, I'm just going to try and maybe see the trainer. I'm pretty dead out here, sweating a lot, and starting to feel the calves, so hopefully Fed's not watching this and he doesn't know that I'm struggling, but yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens.
You're doing just fine. Drew, we'll go back up to you.
All right, thank you so much, Cameron. Jake Kusmider, his journey continues from Charlotte. Tom, well played all around.
What a morning for all these players. Kusmider, that's just an incredible match for him. A great quarterfinal to move on to the semifinal. I'm going to be interested to watch him against Federico Staksrud.
Quickly, a grade for Jack Sock in his singles debut here in pickleball.
Oh, his first singles tournament, I'm giving him an A across the board. He played great. He was in it. He had a good comeback in that third game. But again, Kusmider, a veteran of the sport, knew what he needed to do, figured it out, and he comes away a well-deserved victory for Kusmider moving on to the semifinals.
Our coverage from Charlotte continues. Cameron Irwin, Dave Fleming coming into the booth. They take over our coverage with our Tennis Channel crew when we come back.
The Hyundai Tucson comes with America's best warranty. It's like a mental vacation from worry that no other brand offers. Free from worry on ski trips, at the beach, don't get too sandy now, or way out in wherever. Take a mental vacation or a vacation in the Hyundai Tucson and leave those worries behind. The Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
We're not turning back.
The OS1st North Carolina Open is brought to you by Pickleball Central. Fila Pickleball. Selkirk, we are pickleball. Chase. Carvana. Baird. Vizzy Hard Seltzer. And Engage Pickleball.
The OS1st North Carolina Open presented by Intralinks on the Carvana PPA Tour. Just day one coverage, and it has been a glorious morning on the Carvana PPA Tour. Upsets galore. As you now see an updated men's bracket, I'm Cameron Irwin alongside senior pro Dave Fleming. Staksrud and Kusmider now have a date in the semifinal. What has impressed you the most about Jake Kusmider?
The string of people he's beaten, Cameron. Are you kidding me? You show up and you're like, oh man, Zane, that is a rough first match. Wait a minute, then I got to beat Dylan Frazier, and then Mr. Tennis is in my lap too, and I got to play against him. What the heck? So that's really impressive to be able to keep letting your level rise when, you know, we've seen throughout the year a lot of people are getting an upset and then they get beat and don't take advantage of that draw opening up for them, and Kusmider has done a great job with that.
Well, we've talked enough about Jake Kusmider. We'll get a chance to talk about him more later on in the semifinal matchup. But let's take a look now to the women's side of the action. Waters, the #1 seed, #1 player in the world in the mix. And that one, Jansen and Stratman, 3 versus 6. That's something to pay attention to.
Yeah, and that's a good win over Judith Castillo, who's been playing some great singles. And then you've got the North Carolina girl, Brooke Buckner, there. So she's going to have a lot of fan support against Catherine Parenteau, who comes in here feeling very comfortable on these courts. She won the Triple Crown right here last year.
Well, we're getting ready now for another quarterfinal on the men's side. Jay Devilliers versus Christian Alshon. It's the 2 versus the 7 seed. Jay Devilliers taking down Wami Martinez-Vich just prior to this in 3 games played.
Point. And Cam, these two have played twice, and it's Alshon who has won both times. So Alshon won earlier this year in Austin, 11-7, 12-10. So the seeds are what they are, but the head-to-head favors the 7 seed.
Christian Alshon, the product of the University of Chicago. He came literally flying onto the scene just on his athleticism alone.
Yeah, you know, he brings the tennis strokes, and then just, we've seen tall people covering the court. You won't have a better example of that than these two out here today.
Youth is also his friend as he hits the overhead, just 22 years of age, standing at 6'2". These are actually 2 of the larger frames on tour between Davillier and Alshon. How can that frame help? We know so often in the game of doubles, but how does it help in the game of singles?
Just being able to have that reach when you're coming in, the passes have to be that much better because you can get to so many balls. And these guys are tall, but they still have that lateral quickness that you wouldn't expect out of a taller man. And that's what's impressive, and that's why these two are playing in the quarterfinals.
There's a good look at Jay Devilliers, one of the veterans of the game at 28 years of age. 6'3".
1-1.
Played collegiate tennis at Wichita State, where he still resides. Two different phases of life between these two as well. Jay in tow with 3 little ones.
And Alshon just graduated from college, so here we go.
1-1. Side out.
It's like just a little bit of a missed contact. Dave, tell me exactly how you might play against Jay Devilliers. Where would you look to exploit?
Yeah, you got to keep the ball on the ground in front of him when he's coming up to the kitchen line, because he will make good first volleys every time.
Well, that was the right move from Alshon, just a wrong contact.
Yeah, and then if you do get the big man stretching, you got to take advantage of that, which is what Alshon did there. That ball just needs to be tapped into the open court, not swung at that aggressively. Any big person that you're playing against, you want to make them bend. You want to make them reach. These are two advantages of that. It's harder for them to take a ball off their feet.
Hopefully they've been practicing their yoga, Dave.
Yeah, for sure. Beautiful.
That is exactly right. Beautiful. Just a short angle from Christian Alshon. You can see that just diving at the kitchen line.
Point.
A little extra sauce on that one to sneak past Jay Devilliers.
I mean, you don't see a clean ace in our sport. I know we've talked about Jack Sock a lot all day, but my goodness, here we go.
I don't think Sock found an ace on the pickleball court, did he? No.
Point.
But man, was it sure fun to watch him play today.
Indeed. Much more to come this weekend. Good run.
4-1.
See what he's got tomorrow.
Looking for the inside in is Alshon, and you know, thinking of Sock, we so often saw him work to that forehand on the backhand side, just like Alshon does here. But Jay Devilliers, a little different in terms of his approach, as he finds a beautiful cross-court strike on the forehand side. He loves that backhand. He's got a fantastic one hand.
Yeah, he'll hit the 1, he'll hit the 2 with a little roll on it, and I think what we've seen after this point.
There's the athleticism. So quick is Alshon.
We've seen even Ben Johns realize I need to have something that can pass on the left side of my body. So he's added that two-handed pass.
4-2.
We'll see it from Jay. You saw even in that rally there, Alshon went for the two-handed backhand down the line. So I think when you're playing these big athletic guys, running around the forehand is good, but you've got on occasion to have that backhand to get involved as well.
Whoa, reaching from right to left is Alshon with a short little angle.
Yes, and speaking of short little people like me would not have reached that ball. So you asked about the length and the advantage. That's it right there.
Dave,
Great
you
job.
said it, not me. Maybe short in stature, but tall in character.
Oh, thank you.
I got you.
Let's
Come on
go.
now.
2-4.
Yeah, this is a good battle of two big men right here.
Serving just up the center line.
Side out.
Again, as you watch some of, and I will call it service pressure, because there is service pressure in pickleball. To those who think there is not, you have not played at the professional level, because their ability to pinpoint, not only with pace, but perfect location to set up their point.
Hold on.
Little confusion there. Alshon gave a thumbs up for the quality of the shot. Referee misinterpreted that, thought that was an out call. So we're just getting the score right here. No debate on whether the ball was in or not.
And you can see just a little bit of the frustration on Davillier's face because this is such a rhythmic sport.
Yes.
And now the sly smile of Jay Devilliers.
Oh,
see, exactly. It's almost like he jinxed himself.
4-3.
Yep, we just iced the kicker.
Sorry, sorry, Davillier. And there's a good look at the two-hand backhand.
Yeah, because to hit a forehand on that return right there just really makes it a one-shot swing, and then you're out of the point. So that's a great ball from Alshon.
There's this long arm of Jay Devilliers, a great reach and close cross court.
3-5. Side out.
Just didn't get set there to hit, you know, just sometimes you blame the arm. You're like, well, the arm was the one that swung. Yeah, but the feet didn't move to get yourself into position there. So
5-3.
Right now, finding angles from both the right and the left, as well as the middle, is Christian Alshon.
yeah, and that's a tough ball to find an angle on because the return was in the middle, but it was short, so that enabled him to step in before Davillier was able to cut off the angle.
Point. 7-3. Timeout.
So adding another one to Alshon's scoreboard.
Joel, this way.
Just getting a little unlucky contact off the net there for Jay Devilliers. At that point, it's just a 50-50 guess as to which direction you should head.
Christian ahead and Christian serving. 7-3.
So Jay Devilliers, the flying Frenchman, they call him. There's a good look. Turned pro in 2019.
I don't know what happened there. What happened was
6'3", originally out of Paris, France. He's been repped by Vulcan for years to come.
Yeah, he's been the one of the poster of that, and what a great spokesman for them. And here's a little conversation. That's a great look there from the crew. You know, I think he had that in his head. I really do, because he had hit a beautiful forehand and lost a couple points after that. And you know, you try to stay so focused, and any little thing can throw that off, and you got to get it back here. So I think that was his way of just expunging all that and moving on.
Definitely one of the more lighthearted on tour in terms of being able to change that mentality. It's one of the fun elements of the game of pickleball is self-management and self-discipline.
Side out.
Yeah, Alshon doing a great job of his returns have been consistently deep. That's given him a good chance to get the ball back quickly.
7-3.
Got away with one there. Just low enough.
Yeah, sometimes you hit it so short that a pass is more difficult. Got away with it, as you said, right there. And there's that attempt at a deep return, just a little too much.
4-7.
Looks like Jay's just having a little bit of trouble right now in terms of his ball contact.
Yeah, again, pulled off that big time, didn't stay down. If you want to hit it down the line, your body has to commit to that, and he was pulling away from it as he swung.
I liked that return, though, from Jay Devilliers. A little extra lift. He had plenty of time to get to the kitchen.
Yeah, and then a nice drop into the corner there that Davillier was unable to put back in play.
And same thing as he's working that inside out forehand.
Yeah, and Alshon, everything has been depth and pace, and that's why he's up 5.
So talk to me about the difference in return height, because clearly that was the difference that worked in the favor of Jay Devilliers.
Yeah, you want to, whatever your speed, you've got to get to the kitchen line. So are you going to go pace and cross court, which gives you a little more time like that one? Or are you going to add a little loft to it to give you time? But if you add loft, you're giving your opponent every chance to go find whatever shot they want, because they can run around it, they can look at an angle. So really smart footwork, and you force footwork on your opponent by the type of return that you hit.
Yeah, those were great back-to-back examples of just different types of lofted returns, as you now see Christian Alshon, product of the University of Chicago. Played tennis now out of Boca Raton, Florida. Turned pro like so many in the men's singles division within the last year alone, 2022. I mean, we talk about the parity, the depth, especially this draw. You look at it and you're going, where can pickleball go? Because it's just exploding.
Yeah, 80 plus dudes. There was a big draw yesterday in the quallies. We've seen the quallies guys do well. We saw James Ignatowich get beat earlier today. We've seen a lot of these guys working their way through, and guess what, Cam? It's just going to keep going. It's going to double. This sport is on fire, and people are seeing this opportunity. People want to play on this court, and they're going to bring their talents to it. And congrats to everybody who has.
Well, to continue the thought, 920 players in this event. That's up 15% just from a year ago.
Point.
Alshon adding one more now at game point.
10-4.
And Alshon earns the first with great depth and pace, finding the baseline time and time again.
Yeah, real consistent effort. Probably knew the head-to-head coming in and was very confident in it. And Davillier is going to have to mimic that depth, or he is going to be out.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
If you were the last person on Earth, if there was no one bigger, stronger, or faster, would you still push yourself? Of course you would. Because once you start, you can't stop.
Jay Devilliers digging deep here in the quarterfinals as he faced off against Christian Alshon. Game one started relatively close at that first mark at about 4-2, but then it ultimately came down to the ball striking ability of Christian Alshon. What can Jay do to reset?
His returns have to be better. His go after, I mean, this man is mashing returns, and so do a little more with your serve and see if he can find the backhand. And you say, oh, well, then just hit it to the backhand. Well, he's running around it. So to do that, maybe return some cross court, make him have to go there, and then you can get to the backhand. But Alshon played a very clean and aggressive game, and that is hard to do against a good player over and over. But the scoreboard from the past showed him winning in 2 before, so this is a continuation of that trend.
You know, it's so interesting as this game of singles continues to evolve, as the athleticism also increases. It feels as if more and more athletes are starting to broach the kitchen line earlier and take more opportunities in that transition zone to be aggressive and to volley. Is that what you've seen from Christian Alshon? Am I crazy on that?
Yeah, he has certainly taken advantage of coming in off of balls that he gets down, but he has been winning this just from taking advantage of short returns and hitting winners. So his passing shots have been on point here.
I totally agree. I'm more just thinking in terms of themes for the year. It feels as if I think of Collin Shick as a great example.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, just sliding that too far is Davillier. That is a soft hand of Jay Devilliers, like a pillow.
Because I talked about find a backhand. Well, Alshon said, you're not finding my backhand, even though it's in the corner there. And that forced a really long run. So very smart court management. There's a much better serve from Davillier, too.
Now, why did you like that serve?
Kept Alshon off the, I mean, Alshon wasn't able to come in behind it. So both location and depth on that was outstanding.
Oh, he was getting pretty aggressive serving up the center line. And you could see the change of pace.
Yeah, Alshon's liked that sort of inside-out looping dropper to the backhand, trying to get Davillier lunging.
I like that changeup, though, from Davillier. Even on the serve, he goes to the forehand side, and you could see the half step, the half stutter step from Alshon trying to avoid taking a backhand up the line.
0-0.
Just making the opponent think in every way possible. Jay Devilliers just playing with his food.
I mean, what an effort and what a
0-0.
I'm going to hit it just far enough where you think you can go get it, Christian. Now, while that is a huge highlight and everyone loved it, he has to take a timeout right here. So there's restraint to consider as well. Now, I'm a big fan of going after every ball you can get, but this point's over right there. And that's 1, 2, 3 extra sprints that can't be put back in the bottle.
Christian Alshon looking like he's in the middle of a training program.
I think it's
looked like a drill I did in college that did not have a fun result at the end of practice.
No, the mean tennis coach making us run lines like, stop it, man. No, go touch the far court's doubles alley. Like,
hopefully there's a trash can nearby.
I mean, that was a phenomenal effort, so we won't ever question that, but
it's remarkable.
It's, you know, and sometimes you're trying to prove a point to your opponent. Like, I'm good.
And there's something to be said. Without a doubt. I'm not going anywhere. Fight for every point. Absolutely love that.
Yeah, we'll see if it has a carryover, because there's a loose backhand volley.
Point.
And you can see Alshon just giving himself the simmer down hand motion, just slow himself.
Side out.
And that's one Jay hates to miss, because you know you can't fully recover in that short amount of time, so make him run some more, and it's additive.
Another extended rally, and it's interesting to watch the decision making of the player up at the kitchen line in terms of some of these passing shots. Little stutter step there for Davillier.
Yeah, great volley from Alshon. Yeah, but Davillier has not been forcefully putting away volleys, and He's just leaving himself margin, and Alshon's easily able to track him down.
He's got about 50-50 on those,
Yeah.
to your point, but what will be interesting is as this match continues on, how exhausted in terms of both of these athletes that they could become on some of those extensions. Inside in for Alshon.
So if you are trying to find the backhand and you leave it this short, and this is a perfect angle, I mean, look where that is, halfway into the transition area, you are dead. And there's the difference of literally 3 feet of court. Now Alshon has to take 3 extra steps, slide behind it. You've closed, you're in position, and now he's fighting for his life in the point.
Tried to drop it, had the right idea, but just enough length for Alshon.
Yeah, nice job by Christian of not letting him off the hook with the ball there, of letting that bounce, take it out of the air, and that point is over.
A clean swinging volley for Alshon.
Yeah, that's where the tennis players are used to that type of a swing. It's the grip's a little different. You don't have strings to grab it there, so you got to get underneath it. Well done. Got to scrape that ball, and Alshon did that perfectly.
Side out.
I do like the pattern you see from Jay Devilliers because Alshon works so much with that inside out. He's forcing him to have to hit winners on the move on the forehand side. Right now, Alshon's starting to shift that direction.
Yeah, he feels confident in his movement to cover the open side because he thinks he can get there. And having that long frame helps him enormously to give that up.
And then Alshon back to back up the line.
Yeah, earlier we watched Davillier not commit. Watch Alshon step into this and commit to it and stay in there. Really well done.
Side out.
You just watch the ebbs and flows of shot selection.
That's why we say chestnut checkers here. It's looks like 2 guys hitting the ball, but there's tons of stuff going on underneath the surface.
Like a step back forehand winner. And that's actually, it's one of the reasons I love the game of singles. I think it's really fun to watch and see the adjustments from the baseline rather than just at the kitchen line in doubles, which obviously is a beautiful game. And that's the shot I'm referring to.
Yeah, and that time Alshon did hit the 2-handed backhand, left it up, and good, more forceful volley there from that man.
2-4.
Davillier just goes straight at him.
And the tattoo parlor is open. Christian looking to see what was added to the tats he already has
3-4.
there.
And he finds the corner.
Side out.
And a roar to go with it. So that's.
I mean, he does have a lion, no, a wolf on his shoulder.
Timeout. Serving side. The score is 4-3.
Christian Alshon looking to find game number 2. And this feels as if it did in the first game. Very close in the earlier stages, and then Alshon just really propelled himself to the next level. I think this is a smart chance to slow things down.
Okay.
Yeah, it's.
I just want to be sure I got that right.
Very similar. We're trying to make out the make and model of that animal there on the shoulder.
I don't think it comes with a license plate, Dave.
No. Need my daughter, the zookeeper, to help me out here.
That's a wolf.
That's a wolf. Let's go with a wolf.
Christian Alshon, one of the up-and-comers in the game of pickleball. So often we've seen tennis athletes come into the mix and just immediately put their presence known in the game of singles. He's one of those, though, that has also spent a large amount of time trying to transition his game to the doubles side as well.
Yeah, certainly made the mark in singles, and then here he comes in doubles, and again, the heavy pace and then that length at the kitchen line is going to, especially in mix, pay big dividends as he's trying to take more and more court.
That's why you want to find that baseline, great depth. Side out for Davillier.
3-4.
Dropped game one if you're just joining us, 11-4. And that was all timing. It was almost as if Alshon, I know he didn't come up with the point, but at the same time, he waited. He baited him into that forehand.
Yeah, he got what he wanted. Davillier finally got one of his drops to bounce, so he felt good. Both players actually felt good about where that was heading.
Oh, but that's the play. Now starting to drop even more to that backhand side. It's going to open up the court. You got to be wary of the Ernie, clearly.
Yeah, Ernie in singles takes yourself completely out of the rally, and Davillier had 18 of the 20 feet wide available, just caught the net.
Point.
Yeah, not really anyone to help fill the void.
No,
Dave.
no. Me, myself, and I as one person.
5-4. Point.
And that's an impact of the range we've seen from Alshon, going both up the line and cross court.
6-4.
And I love that big serve down the tee. We're seeing that today. It's been a nice factor.
A little salt in the wound on that one for Davillier.
Yes, this inside out roll drop has been very effective for Alshon when that return doesn't get to the back of the court.
Point.
Make it 8-4 for Alshon.
And big tee serve again. And I know France is good at soccer, but not what Jay wanted there.
I think they won the World Cup, didn't they?
I think they lost in the final.
That was what it was. I'm sorry. I knew they were in the final.
Argentina was your winner.
There you
sure
go.
Fed Staksrud was ready to come track you down and get that right.
I know. I'll hear about it.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
See him a little later in his semi. We can write the Argentinian script.
Jay Devilliers does so much work off the court as well. A great instructor.
Yes.
And travels around the country. I have no idea. And the number of times I say this, I have no idea how they get to that. I mean, you can't equate how fast these guys are.
No, and it's because they're so tall, you're like, come on, how do they have the foot speed to go with it? Like something needs to even out here.
Can't have it all, Dave.
I know. That's why these boys are as good as they are.
Saw that out.
Again, much better serving here in game two from Davillier.
Point.
Little skitter off the tape.
6-8.
Trying to look over the corner.
Yeah, so Davillier's like, well, there's a way to stop you from hitting forehands. It is to drop the ball. And here's an example of why that early timeout hurt him. He just asked if he could call timeout, did Alshon, and he is out of timeouts.
So that's an even bigger side out for Alshon.
Yes.
But yeah, you bring me back to that point we talked about early in this
8-7.
Ball out of bounds.
Side out.
Davillier earns it back. A few other quarters happening. Tyson McGuffin
7-8.
versus Jonathan Medina Alvarez.
Side out.
Jay can't believe it.
I can't
Hand
believe it.
over his mouth. That was the right play. It was going body up.
I mean, he got a sitter after a perfect drop to the backhand, which is clearly the pattern that he is following now, and it's gotten him back into this.
8-7.
And you're not, I doubt you'll see Jay call timeout because he doesn't want to help out Alshon here. Unless it gets to
Point.
10, then that's a different animal or a wolf.
9-7.
9-7. And a change from Davillier. He returned to the forehand side.
Yeah, make him invest some steps in that, and then this is tremendous hand-eye to not just get the paddle there, but to put it right on the sideline.
7-9.
I mean, taking steps before the balls even contacted both of them, trying to be proactive.
Yeah, Jay knew he left that drop up, and so he immediately sprinted to the right side of the court. You saw it right there, but good job by Alshon getting that ball down. That's what you want to do, as I said earlier, taller player.
And serve long.
He can't challenge because he has no timeouts. Here's another factor here.
You can't challenge. You don't have any timeouts.
So double whammy
No,
from
you
that
can't challenge
second
a call
point of game
that's in
number
your
2
favor.
here.
It's coming all the way back around to your point, Dave. No timeouts, no challenge available.
7-9. Side out.
Alshon on an odd will serve from the left.
9-7.
And he just continues to work to that backhand side. It is now match point for Christian Alshon. He wins this, he moves on to the semifinals.
10-7.
And the cross-court winner for Alshon.
Match.
That second game was a doozy, 11-7. Christian Alshon on to the semis.
Yeah, really impressed. You know, he was pushed at the end and was looking for a little air somewhere, but couldn't make it happen. And then it was this shot right here that was the difference all day. Look at him bring that paddle through inside out. And why not yell? A little howl from the wolf.
OS1st, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS1st socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS1st is the official sock brand of pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Christian Alshon with a big victory in the quarterfinals over Jay Devilliers. He is now standing courtside with the third member of our crew, Cameron Blackwood.
Thanks, Cam. Christian, you are now 3-0 against Jay here. What is it about the game plan you have against him that's created this much success?
That's a trade secret, so you can't know. Sorry.
No question there. You said here, we're playing indoors. It's very physical. You've been playing all day. But what is it? Is there such a difference when you're playing indoors versus outside that creates the ball flight a little bit different?
Yeah, usually it moves a little quicker. Sometimes indoor courts bounce slower, so it's kind of a phenomenon, or it doesn't really make sense, but I'd rather play outdoors personally.
And you were able to create that forehand roll and forehand drive so aggressively. How were you able to create that opportunity to execute that shot?
I've got good flick of my wrists, so I mean, that's about it, yeah.
And you talk so much about your physical fitness off the court. How much does it play a factor here, especially playing all day?
You know, I've warmed up so many times today, I think it's kind of hurting me. I was tired.
Well, there you have it. Christian, moving on to the semifinals. Cam, back up to you.
Christian Alshon, one of the most physical on the court, picking up the win over Jay Devilliers. He mentioned it, as did we. That forehand was electric. Watch for that as he now heads to the semifinal. We'll be back with more from Lifetime.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna Lee, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. It'd be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna Lee to have something safe. Anna Lee has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot.
I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what? Happy Sweet 16, Anna Lee.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
The OS1st North Carolina Open is brought to you by OS1st. Skechers. Guaranteed Rate. Select Medical. Pickleball Central. Hertz. Fitvine Wine. And SS&C Intralinks.
Let's take a look at the women's draw for the OS1st North Carolina Open on the Carvana PPA Tour. Waters and Jansen have booked their tickets into the semifinal. And the North Carolina product, Brooke Buckner, still remains in the draw versus the #2 seed, as does Davillier and Black. Dave Fleming, Cameron Irwin here with you. Dave, what is a matchup you're most looking forward to seeing in terms of the semifinals?
Yeah, well, depending on a couple outcomes here, we could have rematches galore. It's been that top four have dominated the podium so far this year, so we'll see if they all get there, and then we'll get into some of the juicy tidbits of some of those matchups.
Well, let's look now to the men's draw, where it is set for the semifinals. Staksrud and Kusmider, the 12 seed. One of the biggest stories on the day as you look through his path, taking down Dylan Frazier, Jack Sock in his professional pickleball debut. And now he will face the #1 seed. We also have Alshon facing off against McGuffin and another semi-final. If you think all the way back to the Masters here on the 2023 tour, that's a rematch that you're not going to want to miss between Christian Alshon and Tyson McGuffin. As you look now to championship court, Jake Kusmider and Federico Staksrud now in semi-final action. And it's been interesting. We saw Jake Kusmider in a previous interview talk, as well as Christian Alshon, just about the exhaustion level that takes place in men's singles, and especially playing indoors. The speed of play is that much more.
Yeah, it's sometimes you need light speed, and May the 4th be with you, Star Wars fans. And, you know, these guys are going to really want to find their best, because this is your last stop, hopefully, of the day. And if you look at head-to-head here, it's actually Kusmider who won the last time these two played. So he won a backdraw match at the Florida Open 15-5. So Kusmider coming in here with a victory over Zane Navratil. As you mentioned, Dylan Frazier. Talk of the town, Jack Sock, who had a nice run in his first tournament today. So, and then you have Fed, and as we were talking off air, Fed was dominating singles, winning or runner-up, and we haven't seen him on Sunday in the winner's circle for a little while, so I know he wants to get back there. And the big difference is lefty. You got to adjust your game, and now let's give Argentina a little love here.
Turned pro back in 2021. That is Federico Staksrud, one of the top men's singles players in the world. And he has just continued to climb. It's so interesting because these tennis athletes come into the game and you wonder just exactly what the ceiling is. But Federico Staksrud made a point to say he was all in on pickleball. And he even talked about it in interviews earlier today, saying this is not a hobby. This is a sport, and it takes full dedication. He even mentioned how him and Jack Sock have been going back and forth in terms of training, that you have to fully commit to be able to play at this level.
Yes, that's why we always marvel at someone like a Lacey Schneemann, who still works at Boeing and is still competing here. There's a bunch of folks that are trying to do that, but the great news for these folks, and we talked about all these 80-plus athletes that were in this draw, including the quallies yesterday, pro pickleball player is something you can pursue as a job now, which is so exciting. Now it comes down to, is your talent good enough to make sure that it maintains and becomes a job for you, because everybody's coming for you.
Well, Federico Staksrud, currently everyone is gunning for him at this event. He does have a singles title on the year. It came back at the Carvana, Arizona Grand Slam in February, late February to be exact.
All right, let's get ready.
And prior to that, he was up against Ben Johns twice in the finals, back-to-back from the Hyundai Masters to Desert Ridge. So it was the third time's the charm for Federico Staksrud. And since then, he has made another men's singles final at the Austin Showdown. And again, it was Ben Johns that walked away with the gold. So what does Jake Kusmider have to do? We're in the semifinals, so he can't walk away with the gold quite yet, but what does he have to do to get a shot at it?
Yeah, just keep playing the aggressive style he has. He's been tracking down balls. He's been, as he mentioned after he beat Jack, really trying to find that forehand. He will hit a two-handed backhand cross. Another big guy that covers the court extremely well. The difference is Fed's going to be coming forward all day. He's just going to have to find the passes there, and that's a great job. That's a great confidence builder, too, on the backhand side to hit a passing shot early in a semifinal.
1-0.
Just love the patience from Federico Staksrud there. Not rattled, even though the ball kept coming back.
Yeah, and I know he was cussing himself out after that drop shot when the point should have been over, but he maintained his composure, and that's hard to do when you think, I cannot believe I just let this guy back in this rally. That's why he is consistently there, because that mental fortitude is a huge part of singles.
Wearing the #1 seed.
Another one of these serves down the tee. I love that people are doing it. You hate to miss a serve wide, but really moving that ball flight around.
Well, and that's particularly serving from the right, because you're forcing them to have to create on the backhand side through the middle.
Yeah, because it's your feet. So if you are on the left side of the court here, as Staksrud is, he can, if he wanted, he could toss this ball into the court and hit it straight down the line, because it's your feet, not where you contact the ball, that is what the referees are watching.
Side out. Staksrud now out of Estero, Florida. 27 years old.
1-1.
Just 5'11", as opposed to what we just saw between Alshon and Davillier. 6'2" and 6'3".
Yeah. We need a point guard.
Comes with his own nuances in terms of style and strategy.
1-1.
It's always interesting to me, Dave, to watch the paddle flight and how some, just like in tennis, you might have more topspin or a different grip to be able to have a paddle flight that's more vertical. A little hop for Federico Staksrud, but it seems as if Fed at times is a little bit flatter with his flight path of his paddle.
Yeah, he'll get a little more compact than some that take the big swing, and there's just a nice looper right on the outside edge there. Kusmider's like, that area of the court has been my nemesis. Against Sock, there were 3 or 4 balls literally right there.
Well, and you don't think Fed saw that?
Yeah.
Point.
Little scouting report for Federico Staksrud. No Ben Johns in this draw.
3-1.
We're here in North Carolina.
Oh.
No way. They played the majority of that point on the outskirts of the court.
Yeah, no one says you have to actually stand inside the 20 by 44. I mean, look where this is struck.
There's one, the corresponding from 5 feet beyond the sideline, and another.
And great pace of those shots from Staksrud. Again, they don't have to be hit with great power. It's, you know, the last shot he hit very, very casually, but he didn't need to hit it more. And if I'm Fed, I'm listening to everything. I'm watching, as we mentioned. I heard that gentleman that I'm playing say he's tired from all the running around he's done today. All right, well then let's make him run around some more.
Well, and it's interesting because you talked about taking some pace off, and it's also, I feel like, a theme for 2023, just playing with the depth a little bit more, but it has to be the right time and especially the right location.
Yeah, we saw Alshon win with some pace, but that inside-out forehand that was dropping in there was on point throughout, and that's why he's still playing today. Kusmider getting some encouragement there and saying, I'm trying. So, you know, we see more and more of this, Cameron. We see family. Tyson has talked all day about his team, and that's a term you hear coming from the tennis world as these two worlds collide here today. You need more than just you. You know, Fed said it's a job. Well, guess what? You need coworkers, and you need people supporting you.
Side out. 1-4.
On the full stretch, Jay Kusmider. Pretty sure that was a look at the timeout of Luke Kusmider, his brother, also playing tennis.
2-4.
The University of Charleston.
Point. Three, 4.
A little run here for Kusmider.
Side out.
Catching their breath now.
Yeah, and if Jake's going to keep talking, we'll just listen into what he has to say.
Nearly had to catch his balance on the extension on the backhand side.
Yeah, and that's one thing Staksrud does so well. The minute he sees his opponent in trouble or hitting up on the ball just a little bit, he is coming forward to not let you get away with one more ball.
That had to be about 3 millimeters out. Always so impressed with these guys calling their lines.
3-5.
Yeah, they would love to get to the day where we've got computers on all of that. It'll come.
That was another close call. I believe that's been the case on the tennis world.
Yes.
As of recent. Going fully that direction. And again, these two just missing by inches.
Yeah, because that takes another part away from your focus, as you've got to call lines too, as opposed to just play it and let the technology call it.
Point. 4-5.
Kusmider can't believe it as the frustration comes, but it is so fun to watch a lefty oppose those forehands with the backhand.
Yeah, and he just tried the little one-handed backhand roll there, just got a little too much of an angle. Ridiculous anticipation from Staksrud there, because Kusmider had a ball that sat up that he had his choice, but Fed reads this right here so well, split steps, gets there, doesn't fall into the kitchen, and then boom.
6-4.
Kusmider again trying to find some of those passing shots while at the kitchen line. He was fully dedicated to the game of tennis as a child. He's actually homeschooled, allowed him to practice each and every day. Went on to play at the College of Charleston's tennis team, and then sitting in the weight room one day and saw a pickleball court playing outside the weight room, and they said, "You play tennis, you should probably do this." Next thing you know, here he is playing pickleball.
In the semifinals.
That was just when he was 18 years old.
Side out. 4-8.
He's doing a really nice job on the run, but it's just too much placement from Federico Staksrud right now.
Fed just does such a great job, not too much movement at the kitchen line, and he wears you down.
Federico Staksrud, a gold medalist in 2023. He looks to find another here. First has to get through this semifinal. Let's take a look now to the grandstand where we are in Game 3 action. Catherine Parenteau and Brooke Buckner. Catherine Parenteau on the far side, Brooke Buckner on the near. And it's 2 versus 7. Does this score surprise you at all?
Just a little, knowing how well Catherine has played all year long, but the quality of a singles player that Brooke Buckner is, I think it's the 4 in game 2 that's surprising. But Brooke Buckner right here, North Carolina, like this is her tournament. So the fact that she's taken a game off Catherine is not surprising. The fact that she won at 11-4, that's impressive. And Catherine knew, I'm sure, when she saw the draw, she's like, I'm playing somebody who really wants to impress family and friends in her backyard here. And I know Brooke was really looking forward to this tournament.
There have only been 4 women to make a final in women's pro singles this season. Leigh Waters, Lea Jansen, Catherine Parenteau, and Salome Davillier.
Yeah, those 4 have just been running the show.
8-4.
And have a chance to do so again here today.
Point.
Meanwhile, the 12 seed still trailing. It all starts with the service pressure as Federico Staksrud finds his 10th.
Yeah, and I love the fact that he knows against the lefty you want to find the backhand. Well, that's usually in the corner. Now it's down the middle, so that serve was money.
10-4.
And finds the backhand again, and this is vintage Federico.
Vintage Federico, a great year now at 11-4 as we will head to game number 2. Women's and men's semifinals underway here in North Carolina.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
Federico Staksrud looking like he's got some paddle skills over there as he picked up game number 1, now facing Jake Kusmider in game number 2 for men's semifinal action. Cameron Irwin alongside Dave Fleming on the first day of coverage. The OS1st North Carolina Open presented by Intralinks. So Jake Kusmider looking for a response. What can he do just in terms of settling himself? This is a big moment, probably the biggest moment he's had in his singles career to this point.
Those keep adding up today.
We've said that a few times.
Last match was his biggest moment, and he got through it. So I think remembering what got him here. You know, he's beaten some very good players. He has not been sharp with his forehand so far. Just missed that one. You know, he cannot give freebies away. The level of perfection on his returns just needs to be a little better. If you leave it in the middle of the court, this guy's going to beat you. That's smart again. He'll hit the 2-week, but is not nearly as good as that inside-out forehand. So that's the level of specificity on the placement that is necessary.
You can see just how quick Federico Staksrud is in terms of his feet getting to that kitchen line. Having a little bit of fun, giving Jake a hard time that he was in the wrong location. Time to put the track shoes on for Federico Staksrud. Shoot the 100-meter dash.
No kidding. And Kusmider might have played a ball that was going to be wide earlier in that point. And then you see that shot that looks a lot like the guy that's not here, Ben Johns, that holding that backhand there and then rolling across court. Everybody's picking up a little something from everybody. We are far from a finished product in pickleball.
Ball, right foot. Right foot.
A windmill didn't work, Dave.
No, I know. I don't know if the sudden breeze. I know we have Hurricane Tyra Black in the draw, but I don't know what pushed. Yeah.
It was a great effort, though.
Oh. So fun.
I always love in doubles when the partner ends up pulling, pulling you back and maintaining your balance.
2-1.
Can I please find some part of this shirt to get that guy out of there? And whether it says same-day mortgage or guaranteed rate, you do not get extra points, Cam, for hitting it. And Jake's just been talking to himself a lot, and that takes a strain on you as well.
Side out.
Staksrud just missing. Came out of the University of New Orleans. Also having played at Tennessee Wesleyan. He was a top-ranked tennis player coming out of Argentina in the U18 rankings. Going as high as number 7.
1-2.
I mean, you want to talk about a brush stroke. That thing was gorgeous.
Yeah, and again, serve down the middle. Kusmider chooses not to hit a backhand, so he runs around it. Well, you can't get the pace on that you want when your body is in the way. Leaves it short and then hits a clean winner on the next return and says, I will take the ball back, please. Wow.
2-2.
He's still looking for that same shot, but you like the serve.
Love the serve. Love the, it's T-serve day here, Cam, and I love it.
2-2. Point.
Yeah, a lot of chatter with his friends and family and support group behind him.
3-2.
Yeah, it nearly looked like he was talking to himself at one point or another. Memes of pickleball.
There's another short return that Fed is just going to absolutely dictate from that point always.
4-2.
I mean, at this point, they look like gymnasts, nearly doing the splits from the left to the right.
Yeah, the floor routine is in session here, Cam. I would like to have seen Jake take that one around the post there, because then you can hit a flat ball that makes Staksrud's next shot really difficult. Easier said than done, I know, but with the left-handed forehand, it's there. I mean, he is exhausting the tank here. And Staksrud, this is a perfect opponent for him, who is just giving everything they can, but he is so patient with his choices and his angles, and that's why he's the top seed.
Federico Staksrud, represented by Team Yola, had been working previously with the Hyper Iron paddle, and then moved on to the Perseus paddle that Ben Johns has been pioneering. Plenty of action still to come here in North Carolina. This is just the first of 4 semifinals between the men's and the women's draw.
And I love it, Cam. We were in Newport. We go to North Carolina. Gonna go to Atlanta and Texas coming up. So check out ppatour.com to see all of the action. And look at this rally from Brooke Buckner.
1 timeout remaining, 2 timeouts remaining.
Game 3, obviously, so we've switched sides at 6 here now.
5-2.
Catherine Parenteau with the lead in Game 3. We'll give you a glimpse as to both of these matchups. On the right is a quarterfinal matchup, this being a semifinal match on championship court. We'll keep you posted on the scores there. And that's, I was going to say good news for Jake Kusmider, because that's a shot he's been trying to find.
So, again, in that exact area, Jake's had his hands on his hips the whole day. His balls have missed by, I think you said 3 millimeters earlier, so we'll stick with the same terminology. And his opponents have hit the outside of the line.
All right, side out. Challenge.
And a challenge, I believe, is coming because, and I don't blame Jake Kusmider, just in the sense that this one was so close, and you've been looking to find contact with that sideline throughout this match.
We'll now proceed with the video challenge.
And Federico Staksrud, known to be one to willingly have the conversation and
yeah, no, this is a
always
guy.
go back and look at the calls. Does a really nice job in that regard. Great sportsman. We're taking a look now as we are in the midst of a video challenge. And tough to say, you got to draw a line straight through the middle of that ball to see if it would contact any part of that line. Dave, what do you see?
Well, I see the tape of the net, unfortunately, Cam, so I'm trying to stare through there.
A little Greg Dow action in the stands as well.
Anderson Scarpa sitting there with him. A couple of guys from the area.
Must be nice to have a tournament in their backyard. Maybe it'll be coming to a backyard near you, no doubt, on the Carvana PPA Tour. We head to Atlanta next.
Yes.
Can't wait for the heat to rain down on this Carvana PPA Tour.
Yeah, you're going to wish you were indoors potentially there, as hot Atlanta can live up to its name.
Hey, it brings a different level of cardio, fitness, hydration.
And you want to talk about one of my favorite spots, another beautiful Lifetime facility there. It's huge amount of players. It's one of my favorite stops on the tour for sure, and the players love competing there.
That's it, Peachtree Corners in Georgia. We'll also head to another stifling hot location in Texas. Your home.
Yeah. You know, I'm from Pittsburgh, but that's where I live, so yes. And what's interesting, who benefits changes from where we're at. At the beginning of the year, we play in Florida. They're more acclimated to the heat. Then we go somewhere where there's elevation, and the Utah team is better off. And then we go to the heat, and the Texas players, all that Austin group, are going to hope it is every bit of 95 during the Texas Open, because they think they have an advantage.
Well, now I believe we've sorted the video challenge.
Call stands. The loss of a challenge, loss of a timeout.
Call will stand, loss of a timeout, loss of the challenge for Jake Kusmider. So 5-2 for Federico Staksrud.
Yeah, Jake, that sideline is just not his friend. It's
so elusive.
Time in, 5-2.
So he decides to find the other one.
Yeah, really well done there. Staksrud had a ball up that looked like it was going to end the point, but good scrap from Kusmider. He's got to go now. That is not a timeout paddle drop. That is just a frustration paddle drop there. You know, and if your legs are just a little off when you want to run around every forehand like that, that is a cumulative effect of all those other victories from earlier today.
Speaking of legs, maybe a little bit too close to that last ball for Federico Staksrud.
2-5.
Hitting near the handle of his paddle, pulling that. He was almost there too fast.
Yeah,
Side out.
was there in plenty of time and had plenty of choices. Unfortunately, went with the roll that came up well short.
5-2.
You want to talk about some pretty play right there from Federico Staksrud. He wasn't just ahead in that point. He had already won it before.
Yeah, the minute he dropped that ball, he knew he was getting a ball up the line and went flying over there, and then just didn't overhit the Ernie, just placed it neatly in the corner.
6-2.
That's gorgeous singles.
There it is for Kusmider. This has been such a momentous day for him, just in terms of the victories to even get to this semifinal. You have to go hats off to what Jay Kusmider has done.
Oh, no doubt about it. You know, to play somebody, and there's his group of fans back there. You know, I know his
2-6.
doppelganger is his brother, looking.
Luke.
Oh, a little skitter. Yeah, but you know, when you get to play against Jack Sock, who you're a big tennis fan, and to take him out in his first pro tournament, plus Dylan Frazier and Zane Navratil, two very accomplished singles player, and this isn't over, but he's had quite a day.
My point is to say the amount of pickleball that he has played to get to this point. Federico Staksrud played the 32 seed to start.
7-2. Point.
Federico's ability to hold his paddle and kind of wait on that backhand side has definitely been an area that he's progressed since he's come on the pickleball court.
Yeah, and then he's just reading the play so well. He's like, I know what you're going to do with that two-hander, and I'm there. And you know, is he smashing winners? No, he's placing them into open courts all afternoon.
Elastic is Federico Staksrud. Overhead after overhead, 9-2.
Yeah, and the learning for this is you're the one at the net and they're the one that's back. So don't try and be a hero. Keep them back, move them around, and then eventually you'll get the ball where you can angle off a winner. That's just really smart pickleball singles right there. He tried to run around his forehand, said, no, I don't have time, and then just stripes a two-handed backhand winner. Wow.
Federico Staksrud now at match point here in the semifinals.
Side out.
Kusmider with a shot at a rebuttal.
2-10. Side out.
And again, pulling that just wide.
Side out.
Sitting on the other side, again, in terms of another men's semifinal, will be Christian Alshon versus Tyson McGuffin.
Get your snacks ready. That is going to be something else.
The barking's going to come. Great footwork and energy from Kusmider.
Yeah, and that's what all of his other matches look like that, and he was cleaner with the forehand, and Staksrud just hasn't given him as many chances, and quite frankly, his level was better earlier with everything, and that's why the singles day is such a grind.
3-10.
Just cutting that ball down on the backhand side. To be able to hit passing shots against these top-tier pros, you gotta find that last 6 inches to the sideline.
Yeah, and 1 inch over the net. It's a very small window.
Still match point for the #1 seed.
Side out.
That looked like the vintage Staksrud walk-off there, but didn't make the one-handed roll, so still has a comfortable lead.
3-10.
You can see Kusmider, I think, saying, I'm just out.
Yeah, just the running dialogue with the cheering section during game 2. It's just been frustrating. He just hasn't been able to put a couple of good things together to get that mentally going, and here's the end.
Match point to Federico Staksrud, 11-4, 11-3. So the #1 seed is moving on to the championship match. Federico Staksrud, clean, simple pickleball.
Yeah, this guy's a singles machine, and you know, when you've had several other shots at match point, if your opponent wants to hit a return deep, you're good with that.
But a fantastic day for that gentleman, Jake Kusmider, the #12 seed, upsets after upsets after upsets. And now he's the one upset.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Welcome back, everybody. The top seed looking like the top seed, and his day is done, except to talk to the other Cameron. Cameron Blackwood, take it away.
Thanks, Dave. Fed, you get to play and train against your doubles partner, Pablo Tellez. How much does that help you when it comes to playing another lefty and Jake in terms of strategy?
Yeah, for sure, that helps a lot. It's completely a different game plan, different angles, so yeah, I practice with Pablo pretty much every day, so I get to see those angles every day, and that helps a lot.
And knowing that Jake's had a very physical day already, how important was it for him to keep moving around the court?
Yeah, I knew he was not feeling good. I mean, he said it in the interview. I don't think it was that smart to say it, but I was there and I heard it. So yeah, I didn't want to take any timeouts. So that helped a little bit. And yeah, he wasn't feeling 100%, but I had to take advantage of that, and it worked.
And you've had success now in indoor venues as well as outdoors, but do you have a preference on which one you'd rather play?
No, I like to be outdoors, actually, but it's nice to get a break from the sun. I don't have the best skin, so it's nice to not be under that sun for sure.
There you have it, Fed. Moving on to the finals, Championship Day Sunday. Cam, back up to you.
All right, Fed. Happy to be out of the sun here in North Carolina. And folks, we're just getting started with the semifinals here. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the ladies on the court right after this.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
AlloMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. I use it.
I use it. AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
A lot of us mishit the ball. I know I mishit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
OS1st North Carolina Open. As you look to the men's draw now, Federico Staksrud, the first to find himself on Championship Sunday. The #1 seed taking down Jay Kusmider, who had a terrific day as the 12 seed. Arnold McGuffin, that 7 versus 3. But the real big stories come now to the women's side, as we saw so many upsets on the men's, but take a look at that #7 next to Brooke Buckner's name, because she just took down the #2 seed and is now on to a semifinal.
I mean, that's a huge win for her anywhere in the world, but to do it in her backyard, she was down in game 3, as we saw when we did the live look-in. That's a tremendous win for a great singles player, and it's her chance to get into Sunday, get into the medals. I mean, she's got to be absolutely elated. The thing we always say is, can you back that up? Lea Jansen's a terrific player, don't get me wrong. But if this is your day, do you get to Sunday? We'll find out.
Those game scores 8-11, 11-4, 12-10, as now all eyes are set to Championship Court, where the #1 women's player in the world resides, Leigh Waters, and another new hairdo, Dave. I know, I gotta go with it. She goes with the tri-braids. Now we got a little extra in there. I love it. Leigh Waters, just 16 years old, turned pro in 2019, but is one of the veterans of this game at such a young age. She is fearless in her approach to the game, and oh, by the way, she's also rested, Dave.
Yeah, that's the biggest danger of everything you just said, is she took a month off. They did it last year, herself and her mom, and then they just came back and were wrecking people. So the time off, you think that's a physical benefit, and it certainly is, but it is a huge mental benefit to that young lady too, and look out.
Well, you better look out, as the #1 player in the world is on the court. She will face Salome Davillier, the #4 seed.
Let's go.
I don't think she's feeling it right now.
I'll be on my phone all week. Looks like somebody needs a little Hertz TLC.
Liv, you're on vacation, but I don't think you're feeling it.
Huh?
Please, your phone. It's okay.
Hand it over.
Yeah, you're good. Go enjoy yourself. Sam.
You feeling it now? Let's go.
Everyone needs a break sometimes.
She's feeling it.
Let's go.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
I found my way. In bad times, I know I'll be okay. 'Cause I found my way. 'Cause I found my way. 'Cause I found my way, my way, my way, my way, my way.
A showdown here on championship court of the OS1st North Carolina Open presented by Intralinks. Number 1 versus number 4 next up in women's semifinal action. Cameron Irwin alongside Dave Fleming. Leigh Waters versus Salome Davillier. Give me the rundown on their history and Leigh Waters specifically in the game of singles.
Yeah, Leigh Waters has won every match she's played in 2023 except one. She lost a semifinal to Catherine Parenteau in Florida at Daytona. She's 5-0 against Davillier and has been moving her forward. So that's been an interesting strategy. See if that comes up here again today.
Well, and you think back to the Selkirk Red Rock Open, Salome Davillier versus Catherine Parenteau in that championship. Catherine Parenteau having just taken a loss here in North Carolina to Brooke Buckner in the quarterfinal. But that was a heavy strategy for Catherine in terms of utilizing that forward motion against Salome Davillier.
For sure. You don't want her just running side to side and not having to go forward when you know you have a foot speed advantage.
Point. So Leigh Waters, we mentioned having taken a month off in terms of competition. I guarantee you she didn't take a month off the court.
0% chance of that.
Just a true lover of the game. And she's won just about everything under the sun.
And even indoors.
That one took me a second, Dave, I'm not gonna lie.
1-1.
Leigh Waters, coached by her mom, Leigh Waters. All I have to say is I want that pre-coaching meal Leigh Waters got last night. Always a big favorite of both the Waters in terms of their dinner selections at tournaments. They always go to the nicest places.
Yeah, what they have
like,
last
I need
night.
to eat with you guys. Look like some bolognese, maybe something along those lines. Nice contact from Leigh Waters on the forehand.
I mean, Davillier thinks she's hitting an approach shot And here, watch where Anna Leigh comes on this. Split step, explode to the right, and hit a winner.
1-2.
That's special right there.
Anna Leigh Waters has 4 gold medals in women's pro singles just this year. And by the way, this is the 9th stop.
2-1.
Salome Davidze making her first final of the year in St. George. One of the best ball strikers on the move, Anna Leigh Waters.
No doubt. And, you know, you talk about singles. It's nice to see us back with singles as our last tourney. We didn't even have singles. We started it up on Friday out in Newport.
Just taking a shot right through the middle and then closing down Anna Leigh Waters.
Yeah, a little, I'm ready for you to volley this, and I'm coming forward.
2-2.
Salome Davidze, a fantastic former tennis player, now 37 years old. The Georgian out of the country of Georgia.
2-2.
This is what makes pickleball so fun, 37 versus 16.
Yes. And those disparities in the pro game are going to keep happening too, which is so exciting. We're going to have a bunch of kids that just, you know, we'd say, oh, you came from tennis. Well, there's going to be a ton of kids that just
come from
only
pickleball.
play pickle.
Massive overhead from Anna Leigh Waters.
Yeah, just went with pace in the center of the court, didn't look to find an angle, which against Davidze is usually what you'd expect her to do, but it still proves to be effective.
3-2.
Anna Leigh Waters will be playing alongside Jack Sock for mixed here in North Carolina. Nice two-hand backhand from Salome Davidze. She's dealt with a bit of adversity in the last handful of weeks in terms
more
of
than a bit.
A bit.
Yes.
2-3.
She's handled it well, though.
Yep. It keeps coming out here and competing.
PPA has done a really nice job alongside USA Pickleball to improve the paddle testing technology. Salome Davidze had a little bit of a run-in with that in St. George, Utah. Paddle was tested and cleared.
Yep.
3-2.
It was one of the first steps into one of the first big steps into creating a little bit more of an even playing field in terms of paddle technology.
Yeah, everybody just wants fair play. And
4-2.
once all the protocols are worked out, all the players will fall in line. They, you know, right now, we're getting there. And that's what the players know and appreciate.
5-2.
Just off the edge of her paddle.
Yeah, you're trying to find that lob over the backhand shoulder, but left it outside. And this is what Anna Leigh does. You feel like, man, Salome's hitting the ball clean here today, and you look up at the score, and it's 6-2. She's down, and now 7.
Speaking of hitting the ball cleanly, just 5'6", but plenty of reach and ability to move that ball around is Anna Leigh Waters out of Delray Beach, Florida. You know, it's so funny. It feels like just a few years ago that we were talking about how aggressive Anna Leigh Waters is in terms of her play, and now it's just become the expectation. She used to be known as the Ripper, the banger, coming in and staying aggressive at any given time, and now you're starting to see as she continues to reign supreme at that #1 spot, that's the level you have to reach.
No doubt. It was Waters pickleball, and there's a perfect example of the two Waters right there. There's a good look at Leigh, who also had surgery last month, so she finally got that knee worked out, and things are progressing, and she's, you can see it anchored on her daughter's leg there.
Keep it elevated.
Yeah. But she's, you know, itching to get back. She's got to go through the rehab process, but so great for this family to be able to stay connected to the game, and for her specifically to help coach her daughter. And as we talked about before, this is going to be a very focused individual, having not played. She even tweeted, I haven't played indoors in over a year. Well, it looks pretty darn good so far here for Leigh Waters, gingerly putting mom's leg back down on the bench. You know, for Davillier, it's when she gets that opportunity to come forward, that's what's made the difference, and seeing her get onto the medal stand. If she lets Leigh dictate it, I know that's easier said than done, that's when she's in big trouble.
Salome Davillier also started playing tennis at a young age, as did Leigh Waters, who's made the full switch.
Point.
And again, there's the use of the drop shot from Leigh Waters.
Yeah, it's effective against many and very effective against this opponent.
9-2.
Looking to loop it. A little too much. Salome Davillier came to the U.S. when she was just 10 years old, moved to South Florida. And again, Leigh Waters looking on that forehand side.
Yeah, tried to roll the prior one down the line a little too much. That one too much roll into the net. And, you know, Davillier knows part of playing Leigh is you're going to get past, but you cannot play timidly or you will be out quickly.
Point. You get it. Timeout receiving.
So point for Salome Davillier off the missed return, and Leigh Waters still with a 5-point advantage takes timeout.
She is somebody who takes timeouts a lot, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. She's not going to let Davillier get a couple more, and then maybe a ball goes off the tape and rolls over, and suddenly it's 9-7 when she was in cruise control. So love the fact that she does that. Obviously, at some point, that gets to be a strategic choice as replay and things like that come into play. But for the first time out, why not?
Well, I want to go back to the competition between Catherine Parenteau and Leigh Waters. Catherine getting that win earlier this year. I mean, what did that mean, and what was the impact for the rest of this women's draw in terms of that victory coming to Catherine?
It can be done. I mean, there was this, I hate to use the term invincibility, but that's what it was. She hadn't lost in forever, and then Catherine puts and then everybody else goes, you know, maybe, what did she do? It's been well analyzed, and then how do I get after that? The other side of that is that woman right there said enough, and has not lost a singles match since. Hasn't played a ton of those tournaments, but she is not going to let that occur again in her mind. And obviously, as you mentioned earlier, she has not lost a women's doubles match this year either.
She goes with a more shallow return after missing 2. Plays a little bit more tennis now. Trusts her game in the midst of the rally.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players against Davillier has tried to do too much with those volleys, where if you make her constantly have to track down the next ball, you're going to stay ahead.
A fantastic angle from Davillier to set up the winner.
Yeah, that's why she is consistently in semifinals, Cam. The ball striking and the precision on both sides. It's not just the forehand, it's the forehand and the backhand for Davillier.
A little bit of a run here for Davillier. Right now, she's doing a solid job creating angles.
Great job of, I think, maybe last year she would have stayed back off that ball, scared to be passed. She blasted it in the corner and make Anna Leigh beat you, and she was right there for the volley.
And a little bit of a skitter. Davillier is going, is there a hole in my paddle?
Yeah, I mean, that ball did not come up at all.
Nine, 6.
Big overhead for Anna Leigh Waters, who lets out very aggressive, yeah.
Yeah. Sure
Timely.
10-6.
10-6, it's game point for AL. Game one, after a few go the direction of Salome Davidze, Anna Leigh Waters on top in the first women's semi-final. 1 versus 4. How might this one finish up?
The Hyundai Tucson comes with America's best warranty. It's like a mental vacation from worry that no other brand offers. Free from worry on ski trips, at the beach, don't get too sandy now, or way out in wherever. Take a mental vacation or a vacation in the Hyundai Tucson and leave those worries behind. The Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty.
Well, you know, Cam, it's so important to have great returns in singles, and we love an outstanding return. In fact, so does Vint, an investment platform working to provide returns through alternative assets. They make it possible for investors big and small to diversify their portfolio with fine wine and rare spirits. That's right, SEC qualified offerings that you can add to your investment portfolio. Learn more at vint.co.
No one does a read better than you, Dave Fleming.
Oh, appreciate Vint.
Salome Davidze versus Anna Leigh Waters here on Championship Court. If you're just joining us, welcome to the semifinals on the women's side of the draw. Anna Leigh Waters back in action after a month off. It's interesting just to watch, again, Anna Leigh Waters and how she's really trying to project that ball shorter and with a ton of topspin shallow into the court. I mean, she almost has to contort her body differently on contact.
Yeah, you got to get the paddle head where you want it to be able to do that, and that affects where the rest of your body is. And sometimes you have to have that really tight to your body to be able to hit that ball right there. And the camera is going as crazy as the action here. Everything's moving, Cam, and it's an unbelievable rally.
The good news is, guys, I don't think there's an earthquake, so we're solid in that regard.
3-0.
What an angle.
Point.
Anna Leigh Waters
Yeah, showing off why she is the best player in the world there. And that's where, you know, we talk about the short part of the court, but that's part of it too. The short angle will beat Davillier as well.
Nice passing shot from Salome Davillier. It's also really fun. I enjoy watching the footwork of Leigh Waters, just in terms, especially on that backhand side, how oftentimes she's hitting open stance to closed stance, and some of the nuances to her game as she works there, cross court, closed stance. Big swing from Salome.
Yeah, I love that she came in. She saw that Leigh Waters chose not to return and come in, so Davillier took the net. Again, enter at your own risk, but it is the option you have to take because you have got to take advantage when it's there, or else you'll just be sitting a duck.
That was a new contact from Leigh Waters. I've never seen that one before.
I know that was a tweener, but in front, so I don't know what you call that.
A front tweener?
I don't know what that was.
In all my days.
Sometimes you just get caught and you just get
The scooper.
there. Yeah, that's what it was.
I mean, that's one of the fun parts of being a broadcaster, Dave. You get to come up with the terms.
Yeah, I'll get one for that because it's certainly not a tweener.
4-3 now. Here's another look at it.
Yeah, the scoop.
The scooper.
The scooper. It's spelled A-H on the end, though. And again, nice aggressive play on serve here from Davillier. She was in a hole to start game 2 and is not going to back off, and I love it.
And again, Salome just doing such a solid job. Is it, in terms of her coming out of the middle, is it deception that it's hard to read which way her passing shot's going, or is it just the ball striking alone?
It's a little bit of both, but she does such a good job of pinpointing places just inside the sidelines, and she can hit them repeatedly. That's why she is able to take her advantages in singles, which is that, and make it difficult. And there you see Leigh getting that advice. And I mean, the value of this scene is enormous. Okay, yes, she is one of the most talented, if not the most talented lady. That's not up for debate. But then to be able to sit down with someone you trust who happens to be an awesome player and your mom is invaluable.
You know, I remember one of the first times I got a chance to work with these two when they were playing women's doubles, and there was a lot of conversation between them saying that they actually have never really fought on the court, that they love to play together so much, and that there's just such mutual respect as athletes, and professional athletes for that matter, that it's really fun to see them work together in this partnership, both as mom and daughter, but also as teammates.
It's awesome, and it's so interesting how our sports got the Johns brothers. We've got JW and Georgia Johnson,
the Newmans.
The Newmans. There's so many families that are playing this at the highest level, and that will only continue. You know, you talked earlier about they came out with that fast strike pickleball that these two are known. You know, Waters pickleball. Well, now it's everybody pickleball, mimicking the way they played over the last couple of years. Now it's refining that. But a great response from that lady right there here in game 2.
Getting some net love as Salome Davillier.
So what's going on here is Davillier thought this was over when she threw up the overhead, but instead of hitting it in the open court, Leigh hit it right back to where Davillier said. On that ball, Davillier said, "Nice ball," and Leigh is saying, "Hey, that threw me off because she's telling me it's over as I'm about to hit the next shot." So that's the discussion here. I'm not sure she's going to win this discussion, but she's saying that's a hindrance to her hitting the next ball.
So we're going to question whether this can in fact be challenged.
Okay, so now there's a discussion with Davidze about, did you say nice shot? So Davidze, who you mentioned before, just something always seems that, in this case, she's being questioned, did she say nice shot of all things?
And this is what she always goes back to. She just kind of turns and goes and finds her own space to exist in.
Yeah. So Anna-Leigh doesn't put the ball away, and here we are.
I will say, though, it's not oftentimes you want to poke a bear, Dave.
No,
and as in never. I've never once wanted to poke a bear.
Fortunately, I've never had even the chance to poke a bear, so I'm not going to do it.
And I mean that as a term of endearment, because Anna-Leigh Waters is fierce, plays with a ton of emotion, and I mean that in a good sense.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised by the volume of joy after hitting that overhead, and she is bouncing that ball with a purpose. She's going to
and two straight. Yep. She's already bouncing the ball, ready to serve.
6-6.
Make it 3 straight for Anna-Leigh Waters.
This might need to be a Davidze timeout because her opponent is on the run. She is going to play one more, it looks like.
7-6.
To go back to your initial comment, 5-0 is the series record between these two. 4 straight backhand cross court, Anna-Leigh Waters.
Consider the bear poked.
Poked and showing her teeth right now. 4 straight for Anna-Leigh Waters, forcing the timeout from Salome Davidze.
Have you ever seen intensity of focus? Mom, you are just stay
not even
over there.
saying anything.
Just stay on your half of the couch, if you will, because I am.
There is a fire right now in Anna-Leigh Waters' eyes. And I love it. I remember just from my previous competitive days on the volleyball court. We'll change the topic there. I remember I was one of those people, I always had to find something to get angry at. I had to find a different level, and I would find anything. If I didn't like the color of your shirt, I was coming after it. It didn't matter. So I love this for Anna-Leigh Waters. You got to use it as fuel.
Yeah, and there's kerosene
8-6.
being dumped all over this court with how fired up she is.
Point.
Make it 5 for Anna-Leigh Waters. 9-6 for the #1 seed.
9-6.
She wanted to run that out so badly and just missed that right there.
I think she got what she needed, though, here in game 2.
6-9.
Momentum back on her side. Response from Salome Davidze. And Davidze is now the one on the move.
Just a tremendous point from Davidze as Anna-Leigh Waters somehow got the ball before this one back, but Davidze was there as Anna-Leigh couldn't get enough on that. It gave Davidze time and put it away. Nice response from her.
Great cross step as Anna-Leigh looks to the crowd.
Yep, a little right now, so we'll see. Yeah, that's a risky ball to come in behind because Davidze's got all kinds of time, and you cannot take away the whole court there. Great shot from Davidze.
Leigh Waters pairing shots. And the shallow backhand winner.
I mean, that's just ridiculous. And that's not even a shot a lot of singles players think to even hit, because you think, I got to keep them back. But when you use the front half of the court against a player like Davidze, that is just brilliant.
One got away from her. Annalise paired oftentimes that forehand shallow ball to the forehand and then found the backhand of Salome Davidze, spreading the court.
Point.
And a missed return, so 8-9 Salome. Hitting the reset now.
8-9.
Leigh with a fist pump. Another good passing shot. Salome has found herself at the net, it feels like, more often than I've seen in the past.
It is the only way you are going to beat Leigh Waters. If you stay back, you will not win.
Point.
Not the time for that. Salome in disbelief, now match point for the #1 seed.
Point game.
Leigh Waters, in 2 games played, picks up the win and moves on to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, great fight from Davidze, and had the lead, and then I either said or I didn't say good shot, and then the intensity got ratcheted up there, Cam, did it not?
So Leigh Waters moving on to Championship Sunday. We'll catch up with her on the other side of this.
Hit the ball. I know I mishit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
The Hyundai Tucson comes with America's best warranty. It's like a mental vacation from worry that no other brand offers. Free from worry on ski trips, at the beach, don't get too sandy now, or way out in wherever. Take a mental vacation or a vacation in the Hyundai Tucson and leave those worries behind. The Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty.
So fun to see Leigh Waters back in action here in North Carolina. She just picked up a semi-final victory, now standing courtside with Cameron Blackwood.
Well, Leigh, welcome back. Going into Championship Day Sunday, but just back to court in general, taking the whole month of April off. How crucial is a break like that for you in order to stay successful on the court?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, PPA tournaments are like every other weekend. Last year I actually took, I think, a little bit longer than a month off, and I came back stronger. So we kind of planned to do the same thing. I actually had my wisdom teeth removed last month, or in April. So it really wasn't a break, but I'm super happy to be back on the court and feel really comfortable.
And Salma creates such a heavy ball from the baseline with those strikes. What was the game plan heading in to make sure you came out on top?
Yeah, well, I've played Salami a lot recently when I play her. And I just feel like keeping her back and then bringing her in short is definitely the game plan. And, you know, this morning I had a couple tough matches to really get me warm for this match.
And as much as we're excited to see you here on Singles Day, tomorrow you're teaming up with Jack Stock. We just like to know who's playing left side tomorrow.
I don't know. I guess you'll find out tomorrow. But me and Jack have been practicing Monday, Tuesday, so I think we're ready. I'm super excited. He's super aggressive. I think we're just going to go out there, hit the ball as hard as we can, and see what happens.
There you have it. Leigh Waters heading back into Championship Day Sunday. Cam, back up to you.
Leigh Waters moving on. Who will she face? That is yet to be determined on that Championship Sunday. We can't wait to see her back in action, though, in the mixed division. We have more coming to you from North Carolina here at the OS1st North Carolina Open on the Carvana PPA Tour.
OS1st, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS1st Socks with Purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS1st is the official sock brand of pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna Lee, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. Be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna Lee to have something safe. Anna Lee has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. Drum roll. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Anna Lee.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Pioneered by revolutionary technology, backed by relentless research, we bring you an unmatched quality of product. Made right here in the USA, each performance paddle is engineered to perfection and built to last. Because when it comes to the sport we all love, quality and performance matter.
Lifetime, a perfect place for the 9-stop on the Carvana PPA Tour. And we came into this week with a ton of storylines. How are they shaping up, Dave?
Well, I thought Jack Sock had a very good start. I mean, I know he doesn't love that loss to Jake Kusmider, but got beat 11-7 in the third, and you go to the next one, you're like, most people have to fight. You got to get into the cool kids club when you come to pro pickleball. Oh, he's got Leigh Waters tomorrow in mixed and Tyson McGuffin on Saturday in men's. They're going to be very fun to watch. And local favorite stepping up, Brooke Buckner beats Catherine Parenteau in the quarters in a thriller. 12-10, had to come from behind. And everybody loved the Cher Bear last year, but Cher Bear 2.0 went down in the first round. So many of the storylines got crushed here on day number 1.
So as we continue through day 1 with more semifinal action, here's how your women's draw has shaped up. Leigh Waters taking on Salome Davidze. In just 2 games played, she picks up the victory, and now Buckner and Jansen will face off in a semifinal. But before we get to that semifinal, it's circled because that's what's up next. Number 7 versus number 3, Christian Alshon versus Tyson McGuffin. Everyone get your fireworks ready because these two are about to go off against one another. Tyson McGuffin, one of the great veterans of the game, a great showman in that regard as well. Christian Alshon playing inside, saying this sport is playing that much faster on this indoor facility.
Yeah, we don't need no stinking sleeves either here. Let's play ball, okay?
It's like I'm on Greek row.
These two have played twice, Cam. Each side has a victory. Christian Alshon won to start the year at Rancho Mirage, 11-4 in the third. It was an amazing match. I hope we get something very similar. Last year in Vegas, it was McGuffin winning in 2. So this is highly anticipated. Alshon would love to get to Championship Sunday. Here's his opportunity.
Well, it will come against Tyson McGuffin, the number 3 seed. Man, did we have so much fun watching him play in St. George, Utah. We picked up double gold in both the singles and men's doubles alongside Brendan Long, one of the fantastic stories of this year. Got picked up by his friend and New York hustler, Tyson McGuffin.
Yeah, no, the big question going into that was, can McGuffin even play? I mean, he'd been hurt. He had a couple of nagging different injuries, not just the same one. And not only did he do that, then the next thing you know, he's playing mixed doubles with Lacey Schneemann making a final. And this is a match both players desperately want. And when we are late in the day and we're getting a match like this, let's hope it lives up to the bill.
Time in. 0-0.
So I'll be curious to see where you think Tyson McGuffin may return serve from Christian Alshon, just because we saw him so heavily utilize that inside out. It was a weapon in the quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, both of these players are going to be looking to eliminate any backhands they have to hit on their side. You will see Alshon hit a two-handed backhand, but they are going to make people play from there. How good is your footwork to run around and hit, as Tyson loves to call it, his Ferrari forehand?
I was going to say, how good is your Ferrari forehand, Dave?
It's got to be on point here or you will not win.
Also known to have a big serve, Tyson McGuffin.
And that big serve is creating errors to start here. And when you know it's going to be a tight match, getting freebies off your serve is huge.
Tyson McGuffin, a former 5'5" ranked tennis player. Originally out of Lake Chelan, Washington. You know the main crop grown in Lake Chelan?
Please share.
Oh, come on, Dave. Apples. How you like them apples?
Love apples.
It's a wine country as well.
1-3.
Christian Alshon out of the University of Chicago. And the bark early for Tyson McGuffin.
You wondered, is he going to need 3 points, 4? Where's it going to be? What's it going to be? It's got some hat problems. The flow is affected that hat here, but he'll get that squared away. He's been messing with it the whole match.
3-1.
A lot of hair to keep back, Dave.
I know it. A lot of lettuce.
Woohoo is right for Tyson McGuffin.
I mean, Alshon's like, what do I got to do? I hit a perfect return, and
4-1.
McGuffin runs it down and then sings a little tune.
And early, Tyson McGuffin is firing on all cylinders.
Timeout receiver. The score is 5-1.
So you have to slow the momentum of Tyson McGuffin. It started with great service pressure, creating some missed returns and quick points for Tyson McGuffin, the 31-year-old out of Washington.
Got 5-1.
Now in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho as well. Tyson McGuffin. Oh, 34. I took off a few years for you, bud.
Correct.
Kid looks fantastic.
Yes, I agree.
5'10".
Yeah, that wrestler mentality just suits him so well on the pickleball court. And, you know, we talked about got F1 here in the States coming up, and he is Ferrari forehand is on point. So it's been 2 things that Alshon has got to get under control here, which is if he keeps returning to the forehand, he's getting beat with it. All right, let's see how well his footwork is on running around it, and then either pulling it down the line inside in or hitting it inside out. But returning to that forehand corner has not worked so far in this match, and that is that service pressure. And we talk about it, folks. If you play singles at any level, work on your serve. It's the only shot you can practice by yourself.
Unless you find a wall, that is, of course.
Yeah, and then the wall can be here. Work on those hands.
We've seen that a lot, too.
Work on those hands.
And the floater lands.
Yeah, Alshon is holding on to the ball on purpose here. He's like, there's no way that's staying.
6-1. Point.
Tries to work with a sliced backhand return, and it's still all Tyson McGuffin.
Yeah, he's trying to make Alshon volley with that one-handed backhand.
Side out.
Christian Alshon had quite the tennis pedigree. He was a 5-star blue chip recruit before he was at Virginia and then moved on to the University of Chicago, originally out of Boca Raton, Florida.
I mean, that was a terrific serve from Alshon, and yet McGuffin able to take advantage of that with a backhand return and then put the ball away with a nice drop. Boy, everything going McGuffin's way so far.
And I like the steady approach there. Instead of the volley, which we had talked about throughout the day, running in through that transition zone, getting more aggressive, taking time away. He was a little more calculated, taking the ball off the bounce.
Because he had Alshon on the dead sprint and out of position, so no need to be in a hurry there.
Side out.
Finding the alley.
One eight. Point.
What you don't see on screen is just how much spin there is.
Yeah, that ball was hit with pace and diving away from McGuffin, and that's why he barely got the edge of that Selkirk paddle on it.
And Christian Alshon.
A side out call. This is the
I was
second
gonna say,
time
I think
today.
this
No,
is
this
in.
ball's in. This is the second time a thumbs up has been interpreted as a miss by our referees. We are being too nice as competitors. I understand why the referee read it that way, but that was a compliment from McGuffin to Alshon there.
Well, this stays here. So we go back to Christian.
Dave, what do you think could be the trigger for Christian Alshon here to get himself a handful of points here in game 1?
Well, I like what he's doing now with he's picked that down the line on McGuffin and beat him there a couple times with both the forehand and the backhand. So if McGuffin's cheating because he thinks it's going to go backhand, keep going there till he corrects. We'll see if he stays with that. And he does. He just missed it. He had an opening there. So, you know, he's seen a little pattern here that got him a couple there. Will McGuffin adjust? We'll find out.
8-3.
Ooh, like Bambi on ice out there. That one made me nervous. The wink.
Yes, get me to shore, please.
Side up.
I like it. Tyson knows what he needs in terms of his mentality.
Yeah, because he talked about it earlier. He's not a trash talker. He's loud, because people think, oh, no, he's not a trash talker. He is barks loud, gets the crowd involved. That's the way he gets himself motivated.
Hard work paying off for Tyson McGuffin.
And he just feeds off the crowd giving it back to him, and that's, you know, that's why, and you know, you're going to see him
9-3.
yelling, stick the tongue out. It's part of the whole thing, and that's why he's in another semi.
I didn't expect this, just in terms of the disparity of scoring.
Agreed.
10-3 here. Christian Alshon needing to hit the reset.
Correct.
So as he looks to rebound, let's take a look at our schedule for this weekend. Men's and women's singles taking place today. 2 more semifinals. Do I have that right? 2 more to go? 1 more to go. 1 more to go after this. Man, I'm having too much fun. I just could stay here all day. We've got mixed doubles coming tomorrow, and Saturday will be women's and men's doubles as well. And the gold medal matches, you're not going to want to miss each one of those taking place this Sunday, as each Sunday on the Carvana PPA Tour is Championship Sunday.
Yeah, last time we just had a couple of matches because of no singles, and then we had a national telecast on Saturday. So lots of different arrangements of our Championship Sunday,
and how about the viewership from that weekend?
Yeah, I had so many people watching pickleball. It's on the rise, and it's just going to keep getting better.
1.25 million.
Yeah, and this Sunday we will have the mixed doubles final on ESPN2 at 6 o'clock Eastern. So don't miss that. Just hit that little button on whatever you use to get your recordings, folks. Don't miss it.
Game point for Tyson McGuffin.
Side up.
Wow.
That's one way to get it done. Make him work for it, Tyson.
And then McGuffin playfully throws it over to the side. I love it.
3-10. Side up.
A lot of barking after backhand volley winners, so pretty excited about that.
10-3. Side up.
enjoyed watching Christian Alshon just when he gets the opportunity to take that step back, really hang on to that paddle and wait a second before the winning shot.
Yeah, he wanted to see if McGuffin was going to overcommit. It was sort of like a soccer penalty kick there.
That's what it feels like.
That one was won by Alshon. So was that. Great job reaching in there.
Tyson believing that ball just in bounds, but belief sometimes isn't enough.
A belief, I mean, it's part of it, but it's got to actually land in the court too. That's the most important part.
And pegging the right shoulder.
That's such a smart play by McGuffin there. He knows when he drops it, he has to be so precise. On the one before that, it wasn't good enough, and Alshon was able to reach and get it out of the air. That time he did, and then he's in complete control.
10-5.
See if he can close it out here.
And the second time for Tyson McGuffin. Body up as Tyson McGuffin gets game number 1 over Christian Alshon. Christian Alshon has to dig deep here. The 7 seed facing off against number 3 for a spot into Championship Sunday.
I don't think she's feeling it right now.
I'll be on my phone all week. Looks like somebody needs a little Hertz TLC.
Liv, you're on vacation, but I don't think you're feeling it.
Huh?
Please, your phone. It's okay.
Hand it over.
Yeah, you're good. Go enjoy yourself. Sam.
You feeling it now? Let's go.
Everyone needs a break sometimes.
She's feeling it.
Let's go.
Christian Alshon versus Tyson McGuffin on the Carvana PPA Tour men's semifinal action for pro singles. Cameron Irwin alongside Dave Fleming. We fully expected to come into this matchup thinking there's going to be fireworks, there's going to be barking, but so far it's been rather one-sided. What can Christian Alshon do?
He's got to get that forehand more involved in this. We only saw one of those inside-out patented shots. Good job by McGuffin of not giving him that opportunity, but the returns have to be better. And that's a great start for Alshon there. And, you know, he's got to remember, hey, I've beaten this guy. Okay, he played a pretty clean game number 1. Can he do that again if I'm putting constant pressure on him? And can he find the backhand? It's hard to do with McGuffin. But there we go. Very nice.
And another. So Christian Alshon going back to the bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, if McGuffin's going to leave that there, all Alshon has to do is channel all the other matches he's played today where that was the difference maker.
Side up.
We mentioned the other matches for Christian Alshon. He took on Jay Devilliers, beating him 11-4, 11-7 in the quarterfinals. And it was Gabriel Tardio prior to that. Just 2 games played. And Marshall Brown in first round action.
Set up. Two, 0. Set up.
For Tyson McGuffin, his journey came after defeating the 30 seed, then faced off against 14, which was Hayden Patrick-Quinn. And then the number 27, Jonathan Medina Alvarez.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of the North Carolina favorites here doing well. Collin Shick was somebody they were really excited to see, so that was a really good first round win for Patrick-Quinn.
That's big. That was 11-4, 12-10 for Patrick-Quinn. Excuse me.
Set up.
They have gotten to see a lot of Shick. I know we don't show the backdraw, but Shick's got a lot of wins in the backdraw, and I think he's going to get all the way to the 5th place match here if he isn't there already. So that guy is grinding his way through. In fact, it looks like he has won that 5th place match. So that's a legit singles player, as we saw earlier this year in Daytona.
Saw Collin Shick, the journey for him coming all the way through the qualifier and making it to the men's pro final versus Ben Johns.
Yes, at least today. The qualies were yesterday, so you didn't have to do all of that in one calendar day.
Tyson was highly successful on that exact same rundown in game number 1 on the backhand side. An error popping in now.
Set up.
Half a second late there for Alshon. He had the ball down and wasn't there, and then by the time he was able to attack, ball was too low, caught the net.
And I thought this might be coming.
1, 2.
Potentially, he's checking his paddle. You saw him kind of testing the middle of it with his hand.
Two.
Hearing that potentially it's the handle.
Set up.
Great job by Alshon of reaching in there. Again, don't let that ball bounce if you can take it out of the air. So keep an eye on all these paddle situations as well.
Tough after the return. Now, in terms of a return, do you like short hopping that a little bit quicker, even in the game of singles versus doubles where you've got to get to that kitchen line? Same thing here, but what do you think in terms of timing?
Yeah, it depends on where it is. A lot of these players like to step in and get a running start. And if you don't like what that has been able to do for you and the serves are consistently deep, short hopping it gives you a chance to get up because you're starting from basically the baseline. So if you feel good about being able to get depth on that, the problem is you don't get a swing at it. So short hops often end up short, Cameron, and that's the challenge.
It's a little bit easier and less risky, I guess, more so in the game of doubles. Gives you a chance to get all the way up there. You got to have great placement in the game of singles, though, because if you're returning and running to the net and your return is not great, you will be torched.
Yeah, you might want to just stay back. There's a negative bark that you don't see very often.
That one was at the mailman.
4-2. Side up.
The unicorn, a missed serve.
2-0.
Tyson McGuffin getting himself back within one. Again, men's semifinal action. Federico Staksrud awaits the winner of this on Championship Sunday. That's one of the unique elements too in terms of this format is you earn your right to play on Sunday, and you've got to change gears for the next day as you head to mixed doubles.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, good for you. Now go play great mix tomorrow.
This game will stretch you in multiple ways. From style to strategy.
Yes. Yeah, it's three. You know, we use the term discipline sometimes, and you have to be disciplined in each of the events to play it the way you need to win, and your partner plays a big role in that. And suddenly that Alshon very clean game 2, smart setting up the forehand has run into a little problem, and he is now behind.
Christian Alshon running into a roadblock here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's get to know Christian a bit more. Turning pro just within this last year. I mentioned he's out of Boca Raton, Florida. Just 22 years of age. And man, if you're looking at this draw, you're going, they're getting younger and more physical.
Yeah.
As pickleball continues to grow.
Yeah, and these are the guys that all the tennis players that played against the James Ignatowich and Christian Alshon and Anna Bright and all of these folks, it's like, wait a minute, what are they doing? They're playing a sport for money, and they're on national TV, and wait a minute, I beat that guy. I can beat that guy in tennis. Obviously a much different sport here, and it takes hours on the court to be able to get here, and these guys have put in that time, but they are also a catalyst for all these other players to come see.
One timeout left.
Maybe I can do that.
2 timeouts.
You mentioned James Ignatowich. You're wondering where he ended up in the draw. It was a little bit of more of a challenging day for him, having taken a first-round loss to Naveen Beasley.
5-4.
And there was a much anticipated matchup potentially between Jack Sock and Big Papa Jimmy. It never came to fruition, as they're testing his vocals, his vocal range to be exact.
His range, we've had soprano, we've had bass, we've had the whole thing.
He's his entire choir.
Oh, okay. Little tomahawk finish there for Alshon. That's when you take the paddle on the forehand side, but then reverse your wrist over and hit it reaching away. That gives you just a little extra reach, and you can finish down. Smart choice there from Alshon. We replay the Let's here on PPA, assuming it stays within the rectangle.
There it is, Christian Alshon. So what's needed and to be able to hit that shot?
So the serve has to set up that ball, and that ball cannot be within a foot of the baseline, or you don't have the angle. It's got to be shorter in that transition area, and Tyson's seen enough of that. So that is a great adjustment by Alshon of going to the same spot on the court, because you know McGuffin's got to run to it, and getting on that ball and hitting it down the line. So
Score 7-5.
I wanted to see if Alshon's forehand could become a difference maker here in game 2, and it has.
A timeout taken by Tyson McGuffin. And we've seen the inside-out forehand of Christian Alshon all day long. And it's not just him. We've seen it utilized by just about every single one of these pros. But in terms of technicality, what is your wrist doing and the ball location in accordance to your body? How do you set that up to be able to, are you dropping the paddle face down? How's it coming off the paddle to create that?
I will answer that. So you got a good look at the tomahawk there on the replay. So yes, you want to drop the paddle down, and then you're swinging up and inside out of your body. And what you have to do is get your feet set to do that, and it needs to look like, maybe I'm going to pull that down the line. You have to run around it, because you cannot hit that ball cleanly without your feet getting to the right place, or it's just a scooped ball underhand that your opponent is going to pounce on. So you have to swing, and it has to look a lot like the one down the line, and Alshon is able to do that repeatedly.
Side up.
So there's the same setup, trying to go inside in. We just talked about inside out. Pulled it way too hard down the line.
7. Side up.
Ridiculous court coverage there, because McGuffin thought he had hit a clean winner.
7-5. Point.
Add another one. Christian Alshon earns a missed return.
And Tyson knows if he leaves it short, he's got himself a problem, so that creates errors.
Man, it's the same pattern we saw time and time again. I feel like I'm playing back. Jay Devilliers on the outstretched kitchen line volley on the backhand side, just dropping that short right over the top of the net. It's also hard too, because even when you do get a paddle on it, from that point of extension, your range is so limited.
Yeah, and it's down, so you have to put the ball up in the air, and the next ball is a problem for you if you do get it back.
Point.
Feels like all you can do is chop that down like you're seeing Tyson McGuffin.
Yeah, so great job by Alshon of setting it up through his serve to get that ball that he prefers.
And he changed locations, going back, not just middle, but slightly off center.
Yes, and then he made his whole team panic as it looked like he was going for that ball, but just having a little fun.
5-9.
And this time Tyson goes head up with the exact same pattern. He plays into it. Now it's almost as if you can anticipate it coming too.
For sure. So he said, I've seen enough of this, so I'm going to make you have to hit it on the return. But guess what? You are way back, and I'm coming forward. Great serve again from McGuffin there to take Alshon off the net.
Tyson with a small surge, 7-9.
See if he goes for that hard serve in the corner again, but we'll have to wait as Mr. Alshon is taking a timeout.
And McGuffin rocking the new bling. That's been around for about the last month. A customized piece with his logo on the top of it.
It's all part of the McGuffin ensemble. You know, and we talk about a lot, you know, the players making a difference on and off the court. And you want to make your brand be important. You know, we saw the Miller Lite ad playing behind McGuffin before game number 1 even started. Well, guess what? Guess who shotgunned a beer after he beat Ben Johns? So all of these players are looking to build on the popularity of pickleball. As you mentioned earlier, over 920 players playing. This is the largest event in North Carolina history. The fans are out. It's Thursday. Tons of people here.
Yeah,
Just wait till the weekend here, Cam.
And they've been here all day. I'm sitting here going, do any of you work?
I know.
Well, I mean, we love it. Don't get me wrong.
This is
I'm sitting here on a Thursday as well, but that's because this is my work.
Yeah, so we love that pickleball is such a part of everyone's life.
Take your vacation days with us on the Carvana PPA Tour.
Absolutely, and I think that's called wide from Alshon. I think we're getting an out call, and I think Alshon's hoping McGuffin challenges it.
We have a video challenge.
And in fact, it will be a video challenge off the out call from Christian Alshon.
We'll now proceed to the video review.
So we're going to take a look at this one, and here's what they're looking at.
My goodness. I mean, I don't know how you overturn that, Cam, because that's the decision that you have to make there. Really tight. Now, the problem with this scenario for McGuffin is if he's wrong, that's a timeout gone. And who knows if he's going to need it if this gets into 11 all or 12-11 and we go for bonus pickleball.
We saw that play out to a certain extent between Christian Alshon and Jay Devilliers.
Yes.
Again, if you're just joining our coverage, while we're sitting in this video review, the women's side of the draw, still one semifinal left to be played. Catherine Parenteau, the number 2 seed, taking a loss in the quarterfinals to Brooke Buckner, will be next up on championship court. Leigh Waters has booked her ticket to Championship Sunday and her return on the Carvana PPA Tour.
Yes, Brooke will be playing Lea Jansen, and they've only played once, and Lea won rather convincingly 11-4, 11-1. But
when was it?
This was at the Red Rock Open, so not too far ago, but this is a different story here. Brooke in her backyard, not at altitude, coming in with the confidence that I just beat Catherine Parenteau. That's going to be something else. Let's see if they saw enough to overturn that.
The call was overruled. Mr. Tyson would not lose the timeout. The score will be 8-9.
Well, you heard it. Mr. Tyson was in fact correct. Ball and bounds. I think maybe that's the new nickname.
Mr. Tyson.
Mr. Tyson.
8-9.
There we go.
I love it.
It's in play.
And he goes with another one. 9-all.
Mr. Tyson looking very good. He's had that name for exactly 30 seconds, and he's smoking winners past Alshon.
An odd angle as he came to the kitchen line for his paddle, but it worked.
It did. Alshon had a chance to get that ball down, couldn't do it, and McGuffin was able to get that, and look where we are. Get to Sunday point right here.
10-9.
Match point for Tyson McGuffin. Looky-see, looky-do.
And looky wrong direction if you're McGuffin. Great job. Alshon's done that consistently today, letting them move first and then hitting a winner. Great save of a match point right there.
Ball out of bounds. That was a wild angle in terms of his wrist, all the way pushed to the left side of his body, hitting a forehand.
Yeah, tucked the elbow and tried to hit his favorite shot again, but I think inside in might have been better there. We'll never know.
Tyson McGuffin, game 2, and the match. Mr. Tyson is on to Championship Sunday. He will be playing Federico Staksrud for gold in North Carolina. Christian Alshon doing a solid job making it all the way to this semifinal, but the 7th seed now falls.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Welcome back to North Carolina, where Tyson McGuffin has picked up the victory in men's semifinals as he will head to championship Sunday. Not a whole lot of sleeves down on the court, but maybe Cameron Blackwood, he's just going to have some fun down there with Tyson McGuffin, our winner.
Tyson, welcome back to Championship Day Sunday. How much confidence does that win in Utah give you back here on the singles court?
A lot of confidence. Charlotte, how we doing? I'm playing pretty well right now. Didn't make the finals last year, so I had to come take what's mine. Simple as that. Christian's got a lot of upside, got a lot of respect for his game. The guy does a lot of things well. I was just a better man today.
And you rattled him right from the start with some heavy, deep serves. How quickly is it to jump on an opponent like Christian so fast?
You know, I'm serving right around 330, sometimes 315. Most people think I'm serving above 3. They're very wrong. Wink, wink. Yeah, I think depth from the serve is necessary, pushing them back, keeping them on their heels, and let's get one Sunday.
And you dominated the first game. He started to really find that inside-out forehand in the second. What adjustments did you make in order to come out on top?
You know, I have my team over here. May have dropped a couple bad words towards my wife. Love my wife, but she's got to take both the positive and the negative. She is the angel in my heart. But no, I kind of figured he was passing there, so I started moving to my left a little bit. Once I took that away, then things turned out to my favor.
There you have it. Tyson back in Championship Day Sunday. Cam, back up to you.
A great job from Tyson McGuffin picking up the win over his well-respected opponent, Christian Alshon. So Sunday is set for one championship. One more will be determined in this next semifinal. Women's action will return after this.
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Turning back.
The Hyundai Tucson comes with America's best warranty. It's like a mental vacation from worry that no other brand offers. Free from worry on ski trips, at the beach, don't get too sandy now, or way out in wherever. Take a mental vacation or a vacation in the Hyundai Tucson and leave those worries behind. The Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty.
The OS1st North Carolina Open is brought to you by Pickleball Central. Fila Pickleball. Selkirk, we are pickleball. Chase. Carvana. Baird. Vizzy Hard Seltzer. And Engage Pickleball.
Well, the bracket has now officially been filled out. Staksrud and McGuffin, 1 versus 3 for our championship Sunday. It has been a wild men's singles day. Dave Fleming, I'm Cameron Irwin. Dave, talk me through some of the storylines and how they've come full circle.
Yeah, Jack Sock had a big opportunity. Some of the higher seeds were beaten in his path, and then Kusmider got him. I'm sure he wishes he could play that one again, but Jake was too good. And then Fed said enough of this Kusmider guy, so really impressed with him and McGuffin making it there. And then the story is our local friend, Brooke Buckner. I mean, how excited she has to be to beat the red-hot Catherine Parenteau, who won everything there was to win in this very building a year ago, and now she is playing for a chance to go for gold on Sunday. It's our last match of the day, and it's going to be something else.
Well, that is our last semifinal about to get underway. Brooke Buckner versus Lea Jansen. But you need to take a look at the board behind her, because those are the next stops up on the Carvana PPA Tour. The Atlanta Open come May 17th through the 21st. Then off to the Selkirk, Texas Open. Then we'll be back on the West Coast in Orange County, in San Clemente, California. Some fantastic venues at each one of these locations. We talked about the heat and the conditions. Right now, though, what's even more interesting is the fact that as much as they're getting ready to head to maybe slower conditions and high amounts of humidity and heat, right now, this game is playing fast in the indoor competition. So challenging these athletes in just about every way possible. Lea Jansen now versus Brooke Buckner. Lea Jansen has been a force in women's singles for several seasons now. Brooke Buckner on the up and up. What can she do against Lea Jansen?
She has terrific passing shots, so Lea's approaches have to be on point today. As we know with Lea, she's always coming forward. She's putting pressure on her opponent. You see Brooke Buckner right here. Brooke played her college tennis at Michigan. She is a terrific striker of the ball, and she's, as I mentioned before, I mean, she's like, okay, I knew this tournament was on the schedule. My game is on the rise. I want to play well here. What a quarterfinal win for her. Now, can she do it again against Lea, who is going to be perched at that kitchen line all match long? The key for Brooke is serve big, keep her back as best she can, because she's going to think that her groundies are going to be the difference.
Well, you mentioned Brooke Buckner playing at Michigan. She was one of the most decorated players in program history. She also went on to coach collegiate tennis just here in Charlotte. Lea Jansen, a formidable tennis player at the collegiate ranks, playing at Washington State, as well as a few other institutions. She's trained just about everywhere in the U.S., just in terms of she started in San Diego, California, Bobby Riggs Racket and Paddle Club, then moved on to Austin, Texas, where she now is, along with several of our professionals on tour.
Yes, trained some in Florida as well. I mean, Lea has really invested the time off the court into her game, and it shows, and that's why late in the day, Lea Jansen, in not just singles, but in all 3 events, is there. And a little nervy start here for Brooke. Brooke played actually a perfect first point, and a kind of missed-hit Lea Jansen volley landed in the court, and it's wild how one little incident like that can produce 4 to start. Brooke needed that missed serve there, so let's see if she can settle in here amongst family and friends in Charlotte.
Catching Lea on the forehand side.
Yeah, wasn't an adjustment off the ball, off the tape, where she looked like she was in great shape and then terrible and great again.
1-4. Point.
Nice North Carolina bounce for Brooke there.
Lea Jansen has played in 4 women's singles finals this year alone, still looking to find her first title in 2023 in women's pro singles. 4 silvers ain't too bad though.
No. And there's just Jansen keeps adding to her game, and that 2-handed backhand right there, both dropping it and then passing Buckner, really impressive.
4-2. Side out.
Lea Jansen so quick to get to that kitchen line. It's almost as if she's still on the move as she's hitting that approach shot.
2-4. Point.
Tough serve from Brooke Buckner.
Yeah, I like that she's going after her serve. It's going to set up the groundies that are so good.
Brooke Buckner is in the record books in a few different categories from Michigan. Program's all-time leader in singles victories, doubles triumphs, 121, and combined wins.
It's no joke right there.
That's no joke.
4-3. Point.
Also mom to Lucas.
5-3.
Big forehand winner, Brooke Buckner.
Huge swing at that forehand. Blows it past Jansen, and that is hard to do because Jansen reads her opponent so well.
3-5. Point.
And that just comes from being on tour and playing the top tier pros time and time again.
I love that Buckner knows what she knows. It's back to that Princess Bride I love to talk about, inconceivable, that you can know.
Side out.
So she went the other way because Lea knows that she likes to pass on the right side, and Buckner has had 3 different points in this first game where she has been way ahead and hasn't finished on the backhand side.
5-4.
Something to see if she can keep setting it up because the point construction is great.
Side out.
And that's the pressure of what deep groundies can do. If your feet aren't
4-5.
moving to get yourself out of the way, you're not going to make good contact. Well, that's 2 in a row. That one might stay in.
Point.
A high ball though, Brooke Buckner finds a great angle and finishes, so a timeout will be called. I'm not gonna lie, when that's coming my direction, I start to panic.
That's why that's
a
so
tough
good.
shot.
She let that get to its apex and then just smoked it into the corner. And after a nervy start, Buckner right there, and we saw it earlier. You're like, wow, she took a game off Catherine, but Catherine's up in game 3. Good job. And she came all the way back, and here she is.
The smiling face of Brooke Buckner, 30 years old, turned pro a year ago. She was born in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Spent a good majority of her childhood in Florida.
Yeah, and you know, we've talked a lot about the Jack Sock experience. Brooke has been on the court since he lives here as well, quite a bit with him. And it's you know, could you like, we talked about the age disparity in some of these matches, and here's Lea, you know, 2021, 2022, all these players just storming in here. Born in our nation's capital was Lea Jansen, so, okay.
Getting some coaching help here on the bench.
Time in. 5-5.
A little extra oomph on that. Clean put away from Brooke Buckner. Brooke on Team Yola.
6-5.
And that's why she's such a good singles player, can pass with both the two-handed backhand and the forehand. And Buckner up a couple here.
7-5. Side out.
Side out for Lea Jansen.
5-7.
When you're standing at the kitchen line, what are you trying to keep in mind as you have your opponent looking for winners, passing shots?
Yeah, so you got to, okay.
6-7.
Is this, what are the tendencies, number one? What does the paddle look like? Where's the, you're looking at a lot of things, but the big key is if I'm up and they're back, let's keep them back. And then find that.
That is just an extreme angle. You better watch out if you're sitting in the stands.
Yeah, we're going to see more. You usually see more extreme angles tomorrow and Saturday in the doubles because there's two people to cover all that. But Lea's not leaving any chance that Buckner's running that down in her hometown. Buckner came roaring in from a difficult position, but wanted to take the net away from Jansen and just could never be set to make a good volley there. Good job by Jansen, keeping the pressure on.
And Jansen continues to keep the pressure on. 9-7, so a timeout called.
Timeout, receiver, 9-7.
By Brooke Buckner. It's been an exchange of points in terms of runs of points between these two. I mentioned little Lucas, the son of Brooke Buckner, also has another little one. And Ellie, little girl.
Yeah, and it's cool. We talked about the different life stages of the players. You've got moms of players, and then you've got moms, and the moms all kind of gang together. And then we've got a bunch of youngsters running around out there as well, having fun. And, you know, you've heard some of the players talk about the camaraderie off the court, because you're going to see all these people all the time. But then when you get inside the lines, we both desperately want to win. But a lot of these players' best friends are their opponents.
Always makes it fun playing someone you know.
Yep.
Lea Jansen on a bit of a streak here. I mentioned she's made 4 finals in 2023. We've only had 4 different women make a final this year alone. Brooke Buckner, if she were able to pick up a victory here, would be the 5th.
There you see the variety of volleys that Lea Jansen has. She cuts it short to bring you up and not give you a perfect striking position, and then takes a two-handed backhand and rips a winner, and suddenly has flipped the script here and has got a game point of her own.
And there just wasn't enough height.
Yeah, because Lea's such a good athlete. Got there with plenty of time, but just nowhere to go.
7-10. Side out.
Another side out for Lea Jansen. Still looking for game 1.
10-7.
Great hold from Buckner there.
7-10.
It was only just a few short weeks ago these two faced off against one another. As Brooke Buckner finds another 8-10.
And it looked nothing like this. I actually talked to Brooke after that match out in the parking lot, and she was just like, not my best today. Well, it's a lot better today, a lot more competitive. Not surprised by that at all.
8-10.
It's a heck of a drop for Lea Jansen, and you could see the deflection of that ball off the sideline. That's going to tell you exactly where that ball went.
Yeah, and Buckner could not believe it. The ball before that went off the tape. She was so far ahead, and she's thinking this is 9-10. Not to be.
Ball called out of bounds, which would be game number 1, and Brooke checking to make sure that ball's out of bounds. The paddle tap comes for Lea Jansen.
Interesting that she doesn't challenge that. Just, I mean, I'm not saying it was clearly in or out, but.
Either way, Lea Jansen taking game number 1 here in women's semifinal action in North Carolina.
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
The Hyundai Tucson comes with America's best warranty. It's like a mental vacation from worry that no other brand offers. Free from worry on ski trips, at the beach, don't get too sandy now, or way out in wherever. Take a mental vacation or a vacation in the Hyundai Tucson and leave those worries behind. The Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty.
Brooke Buckner versus Lea Jansen here at the OS1st North Carolina Open, a home tournament for Brooke Buckner, who has played outstanding on the day. She looks to continue the trek through the semifinal now. We'll have to find 2 games back-to-back to move on to Championship Sunday.
Had a big opportunity on the second backhand. She got a ball popped up and didn't come forward, and then had to try and pass the third time, hit it deep. So I think as she continues to play the best player, she'll see those opportunities that her ground strokes create and be able to take advantage of it.
She just tried to power through Lea Jansen. That's not easily done.
No, such great court coverage from Lea there. I mean, Lea is so talented at getting a paddle, and even on that ball, not only did she get a paddle on it, but she got the right angle of the paddle to put it into the open court.
Just incredible hustle from Lea Jansen. But Brooke Buckner getting that just out of reach.
Yeah, it was the perfect amount to tantalize Lea to go, yeah, you can kind of maybe get that one. Nope.
0-0.
That's a great word. Use of the word tantalize, Dave. Pulling that out. 4 hours in. Look at you go.
I'm here for you. Great two-handed backhand there from Buckner. I think you're going to see her more and more in these singles battles.
1-0.
And Buckner guessed right there. She was in jail, but found the key.
A 2-0 start for Brooke Buckner.
2-0.
And the defensive lob becomes offensive.
Perfect ball from Jansen.
Zero, 2. Point.
And another close one. Brooke thinking that ball's in, but
Looked wide live. She's not going to challenge.
Point.
It's the shot before that Buckner had the two-handed backhand roll to get down, and it did not. It stayed up, and then she's in trouble. And again, Jansen's so smart, just cuts that to make your life miserable because she's just going to stay at that kitchen line.
Side out.
Jansen with a missed serve. She also has one of the toughest serves on the women's side.
Yeah, we've had interviews with her where she's talked about looking at, again, you steal a little something from this player, and really going after the serve.
It's almost as if it's like a pendulum swinging. You know, oftentimes I look at a lot of tennis players that come over and they still kind of keep it elbow bent and a little wristy to create a ton of topspin. But when you think of a serve like Ben Johns, he goes full pendulum, elbow almost stiff.
And you want to find what is your motion. I like to step into my serve,
yeah,
which
you do.
adds a lot of different things, sort of like deckle bar to get that full torque.
Yeah.
And again, it's find what you can do consistently, and repeatable is the key to a great serve.
Up into that point, Lea had done a nice job on some of her defensive contacts from the baseline, still dropping those in, getting herself into position. That one was just a bit too much to handle. And that's a big point. I want you all to think back to that rally because Lea Jansen hit not only a fantastic two-handed backhand, but then on the approach shot, look at this. She goes with the one hand. Versatility on full display.
And Brooke was walking back to serve, and here comes Lea Jansen pulling the next one back and wasn't quite ready and got jammed and couldn't make it. Great athlete, Lea Jansen.
This time she goes to the forehand. Fists are in the air for her from the crowd. Forehand to the forehand side. Still on the move for Brooke Buckner. Little conversation to the crowd. A few outbursts in the middle of the rally. We saw Leigh Waters and a fantastic semifinal in terms of something to get her fire going.
Yeah, as you said, the bear got poked, and then it was lights out.
And my point is, Lea Jansen, also a player that loves to play with the emotion on her side. Right now, she's on the outstretch. Very rhythmic player, able to string points together. One-point advantage now resides on the side of Jansen. You got to be able to have experience in some big-time moments to be able to win in big-time moments like this. And Brooke Buckner, having such a fantastic tennis career, has to be able to draw from that. So even though she may not have been in a semifinal like this on the Carvana PPA Tour, she still has plenty to lean on.
Yeah, and even the quarterfinal, I believe that the match against Lea was before.
Yeah.
Okay, I know what I did and did not do well. And there's a drop, which we haven't seen a lot of from Buckner. She's been just trying to blast it past Jansen. A lot of determined looks on the ladies' faces this afternoon, Cam. They're into this. Oh.
Massive backhand winner for Brooke Buckner. Right now, they are just pushing each other 1 point at a time. Brooke Buckner, look at this. Just beautiful ground strokes, the little hold right before contact. Deception starting to come into her game.
Yeah, and the more of that she adds to it, then she's going to be able to really do damage, because that short angle, Lea's looking for the pace past her, and finding the angle will put the ball in a different place and make Jansen either not be there at all or pop up the volley. So quite a sparring match here in game number 2. Brooke was ahead, then Jansen, now back to Brooke. Really impressive.
Just the last semifinal to be played here for singles action on the Carvana PPA Tour. 3 more days of coverage coming your direction. We head to mixed doubles tomorrow, then it'll be men's and women's doubles on Saturday. They have really been playing with the right side line, both of them looking to find success.
Oh man, a perfect approach by Lea Jansen there, and then doesn't make the high forehand volley, and Buckner keeps the lead.
And just so much depth from Lea Jansen. When you watch these athletes hit ground strokes, just watch how they utilize their legs, dropping those hips all the way down to be able to get underneath this pickleball. It doesn't bounce like a tennis ball. You gotta get way low. Look at that, her left knee is nearly skidding along the green.
If you don't bend in this sport, you cannot win. And it hurts, but it's part of it. That's why all those days off the court are so critical.
same ball, and you could see Lea go, hello. You got to be able to
Sitting
make
right there.
that. Yeah.
All tied up at 6 apiece. A little bit of a duff shot just off the top of the paddle for Brooke Buckner, and a lead change, 7-6. If Lea Jansen picks up this second game, she picks up the match. Brooke Buckner in a must-have situation.
And we talk about all the things that Lea has to fight, including her monitoring her diabetic condition. And last year in the final, she was not able to answer the bell because of it. So she desperately wants to get back into that final and be able to get on the court and compete. So this is a big moment for her to try and get back to where she was last year and then see if she can't go win it.
Lea Jansen, a type 1 diabetic. She has been working through that for the past year. She became vegan, and that has helped substantially. She has a great partnership with a lovely couple that has really helped guide her along that process. She's constantly monitoring it, her output, and her levels change significantly, as you would imagine, not just through a tournament day, but also through each one of these matches.
Yeah, you'll see sugar and soft drinks and everything brought over to her to get that under control, and that's such a good volley right there.
She's just fighting more than one opponent.
Absolutely.
At any given time.
That's why her results are so impressive with everything else going on, but it also proves desire, understanding, can persevere through anything.
2-point advantage now for Jansen. And getting handcuffed. That's almost just too much on her paddle.
Yeah, she tried. She was, her mind literally went, just drop it. No, hit it hard. And then she did 50% of both and missed it. A couple of balls on the forehand that she'd normally make.
It's like dating apps. You got too many options, Dave.
Swipe some direction.
And a point for Brooke Buckner. On the odd, serving from the left. Brooke Buckner just within 1. She's already taken down one giant in Catherine Parenteau.
Really
Very
like
nice.
that. Yeah, really like that one-handed backhand volley. She hasn't put those in a good spot throughout this game, but that one at crunch time was perfectly placed in the corner.
So as much as this timeout is taken, yeah, maybe you catch your breath. How much are you really changing in terms of a strategic approach for both of these athletes? Or is it just about a level of execution, hitting a mental reset? What does it come down to?
A little bit of both. I think in this case, it's within the last few rallies, what have I done to either make my life easier or more difficult? And in this case, for Lea, it's where do I want to hit the return and where do I expect that response to go, and I need to be there to cover it. The flip side is true for Buckner. I want to serve this into a specific spot, expecting to get a return to sit here, and then I'm going to pass. So much like hockey, pickleball is a flow, but you can run plays like that or expectations of where the first few balls will land, and we'll see if Buckner at this moment in time can go for a big serve and set up a good chance for a pass. And Buckner went for the serve and got a short return and just didn't make it. So let's see if that will be a deciding factor here.
And a few side outs now between these two. Women's semifinal action. Brooke Buckner needs 2 games. Lea Jansen already has 1 in her pocket.
Slipped on her towel over there.
She's okay? That one made me really nervous. I lost my breath.
Yeah, because as an athlete, you're running and you don't, you know, your footing you trust will be the court and not a towel. My goodness, that could have been really bad. I'm so glad she's okay over there. Folks, put your towel outside the lines, please. Farther outside the lines.
Come on, Lea, let's go. And cheering herself on as she has dropped 1 beneath, but a side out in her direction.
Fantastic two-handed backhand there from Buckner. I'm going to use your 3 millimeters again. That was like 3 millimeters above.
I don't know why I always go with that number. I should just start changing it every time.
Yeah, just
3, 4, 1.
Yeah, keep me on my toes. Give me a number. Oh, and Buckner again has had a couple looks at forehands, just a little frustrated with herself because she's setting herself up with a chance to take this game too.
Great execution from Brooke Buckner.
No fear, following it in. Solid swinging two-handed backhand. I know you don't see that a lot, but that gets her into a better position. And in this case, it's a winner.
And now she's starting to follow in that successive shot off the kitchen line.
And I think the more she does that, the more of a menace. And you mentioned only a few players making it into Championship Sunday. As she gets comfortable doing that, she's going to put her name on that, and she may put her name on that coming out of this very match.
Fighting tooth and nail is Brooke Buckner. She picked up game 2.
And that wasn't a trampoline behind the court. That was the fans of Brooke Buckner and family leapt from their seats to cheer for their local favorite. 11-8 both ways. Let's do it again. Who will take game number 3 and play on Sunday?
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
The Hyundai Tucson comes with America's best warranty. It's like a mental vacation from worry that no other brand offers. Free from worry on ski trips, at the beach, don't get too sandy now, or way out in wherever. Take a mental vacation or a vacation in the Hyundai Tucson and leave those worries behind. The Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty.
Just behind the Hyper Ice and Vizzy Hard Seltzer locations is a massive congregation of people hoping to see potentially Brooke Buckner find Championship Sunday for the first time on the Carvana PPA Tour.
And
And those hyper ice devices are going to be wildly needed for these players that have been playing singles all day long. I know I'd be wearing out that. So good for recovery and before you play.
So Dave, let's reset the scene here as we head to game number 3. This is women's semifinal action. Lea Jansen versus Brooke Buckner. Brooke Buckner, the 7 seed, taking down Catherine Parenteau earlier in the quarterfinals. The number 2 seed in this tournament. She would now have to take down number 3 to get to championship match, where Leigh Waters will be her opponent potentially. Lea Jansen, though, has had 4 silvers this year on the Carvana PPA Tour for women's pro singles. Still looking for her first gold in 2023.
0-1.
Oh.
Trying to pull out the lefty.
Can't get my body turned around to hit the backhand, so let's flip the paddle over there. I mean, whatever it takes, make them hit one more ball. Just couldn't make that there, but
I mean, we see Riley do it all the time.
Absolutely.
Little different grip, though.
Yes, a little different grip, and usually from the kitchen line. Oh, that's a great return.
Man, it is just so hard to hit those overheads to a place that creates problems, because oftentimes you hit that shallow, it's going to pop up, and it almost is a favor to your opponent.
It really is, because it's got pace on it too, so now you're out of position suddenly.
Side out.
Side out for Lea Jansen. So if you're Brooke Buckner, and now you've got not only a scouting report coming into it, but from game 1 to game 2, where might you look in game 3 to try and score some points now that you know some patterns?
I mean, I really think this comes down to the execution of the game plans. If Lea gets a return or her approach shot, whichever it might be, deep, Buckner is really in trouble because she can't pass with that pace, but anything shorter and it's trouble. Like there, Lea knows she's not going to be able to come in behind it. Buckner has had several of those types of opportunities right there. She was able to overcome some misses in game 2 when she got the shorter return. She's got to push forward when she has that opportunity too.
Lea with her second. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, again, that backhand side volley. What a great ball to come in behind for Buckner, but then rolls that deep. Can't do that here in game 3.
Point.
Big serve for Lea Jansen.
It took a funny bounce, and Buckner had to lunge at the last second. Let's keep those towels over to the side. Thank you.
We haven't even mentioned, we talked some about the service pressure, but the game of singles, the serve and return game has to be absolutely on point.
Yeah, we talk about doubles. Some players are bringing their bigger serves from singles, and it can help set up, but here you've got to have both of those going full blast or you will not win.
Did you say full blast?
Full blast. Full blast and then full protractor angle, Brooke Buckner. My goodness. Lea's not tracking that one.
1-3.
There's a big serve.
Yeah, and so there's that. We've seen a few mishits. We won't see those in doubles because your pressure to just push yourself forward isn't there as much in the return game because you're not going to get past. So you can give yourself the right swing. Here, Lea knows I got to take every step and every second away from Brooke, and sometimes marrying that up with a well-hit serve is going to be a problem, and you're not making a clean contact. And that one you saw fouled out into the stands on the first base side.
2-3. Side out.
Another ball where Buckner cannot believe it. So 2 opportunities there. One would have been to follow that up and take it out of the air, and then obviously just make that next pass.
Lea Jansen picks up the win here. She would face Leigh Waters in the final. They have played in 2 finals this year alone.
Point.
I'm so impressed with that backhand of Lea Jansen. Just, you know, we've noticed even on the men's side, it's so hard to be able to find great range while outstretched on the backhand side. You just don't have the flexibility as well as the angle
4-2
to create, and she's doing a nice job.
It's so good, and that was the mistake that Buckner made earlier. Doesn't have that same backhand roll volley, and it may end up being the difference in this match.
We've also been told that there is a mental coach for Lea Jansen sitting in the coach's box. Cameron Blackwood giving us a little bit of intel in that regard.
And then the brother of Brooke Buckner has been jumping in there to give her a couple pointers. So everybody helping out. We got folks courtside throwing information our way so that we can get it to you guys as best we can. And there you see the focus of Brooke. She's had some good looks here. And then ultimately it comes down to who can execute at crunch time here. She clearly was able to do that when she was down in the quarters in game 3 against Catherine Parenteau. Can she do it again here in the semis?
Mentioned the 4 silvers for the year for Lea Jansen. It's not even mentioning that she has 2 additional bronze to her name.
Time in.
4 names that have resided in the final on the Carvana PPA Tour in 2023. Belong to Catherine Parenteau, Salome Davidze, Anna Leigh Waters, and Lea Jansen. Brooke Buckner looks to be number 5. Right now, she's up against a wall as they find the end change at 6-2.
Yeah, a couple of Yola paddles being used. Yola's going to have big paddle announcement coming up here in a month or so with a new release. Pickleball Central's got everything for you. Come get the gear you need at Pickleball Central and talk to them to find the right paddle. Talk to them, much like your brother can talk to you.
Dave, we start tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for mixed doubles. Who are you most excited to see play together tomorrow?
Well, I think the whole pickleball world can't wait to see what
Okay, besides your first pick, what's your second?
So, Callie Smith is playing with Deckel Bar tomorrow, and I can't wait to see that. And if they both do what they want, which is win their first match, it will be Stock and AL versus Callie Smith and Deckel. And you know what I love about this tour is we go from place to place and play in these beautiful venues. Lifetime, all in on pickleball. We've been there. We're going there again in Atlanta, San Clemente. It's awesome to see big companies which have facilities like this welcome a tour into their great facilities and clubs, and we appreciate Lifetime and everything they do for pickleball, that's for sure.
Point.
So the end change and number 7 for Lea Jansen.
7-2. Point.
What can you do to slow her down?
Well, that forehand there, she's in position, but it's got to be lower or on the ground with that roll. And again, Lea's going to keep coming forward and make you beat her with the best stuff. Brooke was able to do it in game 2.
Right out.
Now she's got to dig in and find it. Starts with going for the serve. Can't let nerves or the score change the way you serve.
2-8. Side out. 8-2.
I like it. Jansen taking the time there. That ball landed on the kitchen line. She could have taken it out of the air, but instead let it bounce.
Yeah, and then take a survey. Where's Brooke? Where do I want to go with this? She knows she's going to get a bounce. If that ball's not going to bounce above the height of the net, that's a bad play. She knew that would, and then take your time. Well done. Boy, that took a weird bounce.
Yeah, it did. How odd was that? And Brooks even looking back, usually when you take a funky bounce, what ends up happening is it drops short. It doesn't come up. That like hit a trampoline, it launched.
Yes, that went up in the air, and here we are at match point quickly.
Lea Jansen looking for Championship Sunday. Out of bounds, Lea Jansen is victorious. 11-2. So Jansen will face Leigh Waters on Championship Sunday. Another shot to find gold in 2023. But you got to go hats off to Brooke Buckner, who had a fantastic day here in North Carolina. Massive congratulations to both of these athletes. We'll be back with some words with Lea Jansen.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Lea Jansen faced off against a formidable opponent in Brooke Buckner here at Lifetime in Charlotte for the OS1st North Carolina Open presented by Intralinks. She is now standing courtside with Cameron Blackwood and more than happy because she's heading to Championship Sunday.
Thanks, Cam. Lea, what a hard-fought match that was. Playing not only against the hometown girl, but coming off of the win against Catherine Parenteau. What was the game plan heading in?
I mean, against Brooke, you want to try and get the first strike. I have a lot of respect for her singles game. She's on the rise, and she's going to make a final and maybe win it very soon. So I was just really hoping to get the first strike and make her passing shot as tough as possible.
And we're not really used to seeing anyone on your benches other than yourself with your phone. We're all curious to know who that is on your bench.
Okay, that's Jack Pryor. He actually is helping me with my vision, and he actually coaches a lot of MLB players and Wyatt Stone, and they connected me. He's an Austin local, and he's helped me a ton in the past couple weeks.
And you haven't played Leigh in a while, facing off in the Championship Day Sunday. Thoughts on that?
I mean, I've been improving, working on my fitness, working on my backhand. So, I mean, I've been chasing after her for a while. So I'm just really going to try and take this opportunity and enjoy it.
There you have it, Lea Jansen back in Championship Day Sunday. Cam, back up to you.
Oh, you love it. You love how these athletes continue to progress their game, finding new venues and avenues to get it done. I mean, a singles day that now has 2 finals set. What did you love the most, Dave?
I love seeing the energy that Jack Sock brought to pickleball.
Yeah.
I love seeing Brooke Buckner try to defend her home turf and take out Catherine Parenteau. And then I love our 2 finals, Jansen versus Waters and Staksrud versus McGuffin. You can't ask for better than that.
Well, we hope you join us tomorrow here on TC2. For Cameron Irwin, Dave Fleming, and the rest of our Tennis Channel crew, thanks for joining us. We'll see you back at the kitchen line.